So hey guys, this is your favorite fictional vortex. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was the son of new universe god. But before we start, remember to subscribe and like this video. Now let's start. They did it. They finally were able to kill Madara and, in doing so, had ended the war. Though it was not easy, the combined might of both the allied shinobi forces and a certain blonde-haired Jinchuriki was too much for the great Uchiha to handle. Thus, the last remnants of the vile Kuchiyos, Edo Tensei, was now gone completely with the death of Madara. However, it was a bitter victory since many shinobis from the allied forces were either killed or Mia. But what hurt most for the hero of the war was the loss and death of his best friend, Sasuke Uchiha. It couldn't be helped. It was either utter defeat or personal loss, and he chose what he dictated to be the lesser of two evils. But that was the turning point in the war. Because of Sasuke's death, he was finally able to make peace with the young ignorant Uchiha and find the will of fire, and defeat both Obito and, finally, Madara. Now in the aftermath of the war, our hero can be found sitting on the edge of a cliff gazing intently towards the bottom of a waterfall. Dad, how would you react right now? I know I should be feeling happy and relieved, and yet, I feel empty and incomplete. I always believed that if I ever became a hero then everyone would love me and respect me. But now those childish thoughts are meaningless. What's the point of being a hero if you can't save everyone? Groaning, the boy wiped his eyes that were still tinted with tears from his moments of grieving. Our forlorn whiskered boy could not think properly while around a cheery and celebratory environment. That is why he quietly left his friends and peers and sought out this secluded place with only the sound of the waterfall making any noise there. This gave the boy the chance to catch up with his emotions and thoughts, since he had not done so in such a very long time. Sighing out loud once again, Naruto couldn't help but notice that the sounds of crashing water from the waterfall only helped to make his thoughts that much clearer. Because of his deep thoughts, however, he did not hear the footsteps of the ninja walking up to him until the man put his right hand on the boy's shoulder. Flinching instinctively, the boy swiveled his head quickly to the left and was welcomed to the sight of his sensei's signature eye smile. "Yo," the man greeted simply before sitting beside the conflicted boy. This made the boy grin a bit before nodding the man's presence and moving a little to the right in order to make room for the man. "What are you doing here, Kakashi-sensei?" The blonde-haired teenager asked while rubbing his cheek from nervousness. "I could ask you the same thing, Naruto," the said man retorted before pulling out an orange book and beginning to read from it. Both ninjas soon became content with the silence and were quickly engrossed with their own personal activities. Except for the occasional perverted giggles from the one-eyed man, everything went back to the way it was before the man had shown up. "What is the purpose of being a shinobi?" Naruto suddenly asked while still gazing towards the bottom of the waterfall. This question prompted the man to close his book, since he knew this conversation would be long and insightful. "Well, the primary purpose of any shinobi is to carry out any tasks that is deemed necessary for the greater good of the village. For us, the Hidden Leaf Village, we follow the Hokage's orders because we believe his dreams and aspirations are what is best for our village and the prosperity for our future children." He aided before looking up towards the blue sky. Naruto did not react to his sensei's statement but rather kept his stoic look while never blinking once from the explanation. "So then, we're just tools?" Naruto questioned before finally peering back at his sensei. This made Kakashi scratch his head in thought before he spoke up once again. "Well, if you think of it like that, then yes, we are in a way just tools. But alas, that is the fate of all shinobis, and we are no different. For if we are not tools, then we are weapons, and you can clearly see the consequences of becoming one." Kakashi nodded towards a random direction in order to get his point across. Naruto understood perfectly well the man's inferred meaning and example. Still, he was not completely satisfied with that revelation. But he had managed to quell one of his many lingering conflicts that had plagued his thoughts. "That makes sense, I suppose. Thanks for the conversation, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto smiled while thanking his sensei, which ultimately led to the end of their little chat. Kakashi merely gave Naruto another eye smile and a pat on the back before getting back up and leaving the young boy once again alone with his thoughts. Rubbing his forehead in thought, Naruto quickly replayed his little conversation with his sensei and couldn't help but to frown at his former teacher's explanation. Shaking his head, Naruto decided that he had given himself enough time to be a depressed little boy and that it was now time for him to rejoin his friends and to celebrate along with them. Suddenly, a large beam of light KS through the sky and envelopes the young shinobi and stops him dead in his tracks. What the? But before Naruto could utter another word, the beam of light materializes him into many finely fragmented pieces of gold dust that then get shot back up to the sky and vanish. The Valley of the End was quiet once more with only the waterfall crashing down making any disturbances in the serene environment. Entrance to Camp Half-Blood. Mom. A young teenage boy with jet black hair and bright sea green eyes screamed out while watching his mother get crushed and dematerialize into golden dust in the Minotaur's hand. Falling on his hands and knees, the boy bangs his fist, from anger and frustration, into the ground with such force that it leaves several bruises on his knuckles. But the boy is unaware of the pain because of his absolute hate and anger towards the menacing monster. Percy, we have to go now. A familiar voice cried out, breaking the boy's thoughts and diverting all the attention towards the strange-looking boy with goat legs. But Percy was not going to leave until he defeated the monster who killed his mom. Without thinking, he pulled out his pen and uncapped it. Instantly, the pen turned into a sword which gleamed dangerously from the moonlight. No, don't do it. But the satyr's warning fell on deaf ears as the boy lunged towards the Minotaur's chest, hell-bent on impaling it with his sword, Riptide. But the bull effortlessly smacked the foolish boy with one of his hooves and hit him aside into a neighboring tree with a loud thud. Oomph! Percy grunted out while bringing his left hand to his chest. It quickly became apparent that he had broken several bones in his ribs and that defeating the Minotaur would be no easy task. The said monster then let out an piercing roar before charging the now seriously injured boy. Percy could only gasp in shock at how fast the bull was charging him and desperately looked around for anything useful that could save his life. Grover could only close his eyes and whimper at the thought of once again failing to protect anyone. When the monster was just inches from impaling the helpless demigod, a sudden ball of blue light came crashing onto the monster's left side and effectively knocking the monster out of his trajectory, and thus saving the boy's life. Rasengan. A mysterious voice cried out while the blue spherical ball continued to grind against the Minotaur's body. Eventually the force became too great, and the ball of light cleaved the monster in half. When the monster dissipated into dust, a strange low-looking teenager with an ungodly amount of orange on his outfit with a red swirl on his back appeared from within the midst of dust from the now defeated monster. Slowly getting back to his feet from his kneeling position, the boy glanced slowly towards Percy and allowed his gaze to momentarily rest upon him. The mysterious boy then abruptly broke into a wide-eyed grin. Yo! The strange blonde-haired boy greeted before falling head-first into the ground from exhaustion. Percy could only blink from the single word the other boy had said to him before he too collapsed into a pile of heap from exhaustion. Grover however had his jaw on the ground in utter amazement at what he just witnessed. He quickly recovered and carried the two now unconscious boys into the camp. A few moments ago. Naruto woke up with a major headache and a sore body when he opened his eyes. While picking himself up, his hands quickly skimmed along the ground, and that was when he realized that he was currently laying in a bed of grass and dirt. Wiping off the dirt, he looked around his new environment only to realize that he was now in a forest. Where am I? Naruto thought out loud before hearing a pained scream from a short distance away. I've heard that kind of yell before. Naruto realized while reminiscing about the past. He knew that someone was in danger, and quickly ran towards the source of the scream. When he got there, he saw two boys fighting what appeared to be a human-sized bull. Shaking his shock from seeing such a beast, he quickly saw that one of the boys was hopelessly trapped between a tree and the bull. Thinking quickly, he raced down the small hill and began forming his signature jutsu. But he soon realized that he was surprisingly tired all of a sudden. Knowing that this would be his only attack, he put everything into it before crashing his right palm that was holding his jutsu into the side of the monster. Rasengan, he yelled while pushing the spherical ball farther into the beast's side into it cut in half. Falling on his knee in exhaustion, Naruto couldn't help but smirk a little from seeing the monster turn into flakes of golden dust. It was odd that he found satisfaction from seeing a living thing turn into gold dust rather than painted in blood. Noticing that the two boys were now staring at him with no decency as to blink, he painfully got back to his Ed before staring back at the younger boy by the tree. Yo. Naruto was able to manage to speak out before passing out. While falling towards the ground once again, he saw the boy's eyes widen in shock. Before he hit the ground and was greeted to darkness. The next day. Naruto opened his eyes abruptly and saw immediately a tan-colored sky. Blinking in confusion, he tilted his head to the right side and finally noticed that he was, in fact, in a tent. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he slowly tried to get back up before a gentle hand kept him in place. Looking towards his left side, he noticed a calm-looking man gazing at him questioningly before he retracted his hand from his chest. Naruto was about to ask him who the man was before the said man beat him to the introduction. Hello young one, my name is Chiron, and I am the activities director for this camp. The now identified man introduced. Naruto merely nodded at the greeting before letting his eyes drift towards the floor. He immediately noticed the man was actually half of one to be exact. Where the man's legs and lower body should have been, there was a horse body instead. Widening his eyes in befuddlement, Naruto's mouth quickly took the form of a gaping fish, which was begging for air. Ah, I see you've noticed my oddity. Naruto nodded dumbly now while never taking his eyes off the oddity. Yes, well as odd as it may be, it's still not polite to stare young one. This statement quickly made Naruto tear his gaze from the man's horse legs. Laughing nervously, Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in embarrassment. Sorry about that horse man. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto apologized immediately afterward. This new name for himself made Chiron raise an eyebrow however. The proper term for my kind is that I am a centaur, Chiron said while pretending to feign anger. This made Naruto hastily put his hands up in an apologetic manner. Ha ha ha, I'm just messing with you. Though I am curious about you. I'm sure you have many questions about where you are right now, correct? Naruto, again, nodded. He didn't want to speak so soon or else risk appearing to be rude to this man again. Well, you are currently in Camp Half-Blood. The medical wing to be exact. Chiron stated simply. Naruto let his eyes roam freely and could see similar patients in their beds that provided proof that he was indeed in the medical area of the camp. Hearing a cough, Naruto reverted his attention back towards the centaur. Now, do you know what makes this camp different than all the others? Chiron asked. He soon go. A shake of the head from Naruto and let a small smile grace his face before continuing. This camp is special in that only demigods can participate in this camp. Seeing Naruto's question look, on guessed the boy did not quite understand what a demigod was exactly. A demigod is a child born directly from a god. Naruto now had his jaw on the ground and his eyes were now practically bulging from his eye sockets. Do you mean everyone here is a demigod? Even you? Naruto muttered out in disbelief. Yes, indeed everyone here is a demigod, including you. Me on the other hand, well let's just say I'm a special case. Chiron winked at Naruto who was now trying desperately to piece his head around the newfound information. So let me get this straight. Gods are real. Chiron nodded towards Naruto's implied question. Gods can have children and thus are called demigods. Again, Chiron nodded. Well, how many gods are there? Naruto asked innocently enough. This however presented Chiron with another dilemma. Naruto, how well versed are you in Greek mythology? He got his answer in the form of a tilted head from Naruto which showed the boy did not understand a thing about the subject. Sighing out loud, he decided to give Naruto a crash course in it with his explanation. Okay, well to answer your first question there are many gods. However, the most important gods you should know are the 12 Olympians. They are the most powerful and respected gods in this world. The most powerful god being Zeus, the king of the gods. He is also the god of the sky. Next, is his wife Hera, she is the god of marriage. Poseidon is the second of the three most powerful gods, the first one being Zeus, and is the god of the sea and earth. But most people don't seem to realize the second. title since he is perceived to being only the sea's ruler. Hades is the god of the underworld and completes the triumvirate of the three most powerful gods. Then there's Ares, the god of bloody war. After him, there's always the ever so lovely Aphrodite. Chiron was unexpectedly interrupted in his lecture about Greek mythology by a beautiful teenage girl with flowing blonde hair and mesmerizing steel-colored gray eyes. Sorry Chiron, but the Hermes cabin has done it again, the girl spoke in an annoyed tone. They repainted the Ares cabin during the middle of the night neon pink. Naruto couldn't help himself from smirking from hearing the Hermes kids prank. He would have to meet these geniuses soon, he thought quietly to himself. What's even worse, the Ares cabin is declaring war on them with Clarice demanding their blood. The clearly upset girl cried out while unknowingly tugging at her hair. Chiron could only chuckle before rubbing his chin in thought. Well, I can't say that the Hermes cabin doesn't deserve to be punished. I still cannot allow needless violence to occur in this camp regardless. Even so, I compromise that Clarice and her cabin not hurt any Hermes children until Friday. This declaration made Naruto frown in thought. What was going to happen on Friday? Another thing, what day was today? He'd have to ask Chiron later about it. Of course, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of that? How could I possibly be one of Athena's children if I can't even think of such a simple solution? The girl muttered into her hand that was currently being used to hide her anguish on her face. Now, don't be so hard on yourself, Annabeth. You are still by far the smartest person here in the camp, Chiron said, patting her hair while trying to reassure the troubled girl. Looking up from her recent meltdown, she could only smile gratefully at her father figure. Thank you, Chiron. You truly are the wisest here, Annabeth complimented back, making the centaur smile in appreciation. As you are wise also. The girl nodded back before noticing that another person was in the room with them. Turning her head to the side slowly, she quickly became wide-eyed from realizing that the mystery boy that she heard about from Grover was in the bed in front of her. Carefully, she got up and made her way to the boy until her face was mere inches from his. Naruto could only gulp in nervousness from the close proximity of the girl. It appeared that she was analyzing all his facial features, which quickly made him feel very uncomfortable and out of place. But his nose did wisp up a faint scent that emanated from the girl. She smelled faintly of olive oil. What a strange scent, Naruto thought silently to himself. What happened next shocked both Chiron and Naruto. The girl in front of him, out of the blue, reached her hand up to Naruto's cheek and delicately rubbed one of his whiskers. Besides blushing slightly from the contact, this also made Naruto give out a from the tantalizing sensation. The girl's eyes narrowed from this reaction and, to Naruto, she appeared to be looking at him even harder than before, that he was sure that she would be able to see the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. To everyone's relief, she finally pulled away from him and crossed her arms in a thoughtful pose. Well, I'll let you two kids get acquainted with one another. I must leave and continue my duties as camp's activities director, Chiron stated before waving farewell and leaving through one of the many flaps found inside the tent. Naruto now looked back at the curious-looking girl before understanding the look that now graced the young blonde's face. It was the same look his shinobi friends had when they questioned him about the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Knowing that at any moment, this girl would bombard him with millions of questions, he decided a simple introduction would quell the future torrent of questions. Yo, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said while placing an outstretched hand out for her to take, and for her to reciprocate the gesture and do it as well. But she merely stared at the hand with disinterest before finally shaking his hand. Much to Naruto's relief of avoiding any awkward interaction. Annabeth Chase, she replied back, but her tone was indistinguishable so that Naruto couldn't tell what she was feeling, let alone thinking. She peered at Naruto's figure from the bottom up and to the top down before frowning. So you're a demigod, huh? She asked mostly to herself. Naruto came up with the thought she would do this many times later to him. But Naruto thought about it before nodding anyways in confirmation. It then looked as if she was about to begin her interrogation of the poor blonde before Naruto put his hand up. I understand that you may have some questions for me, yes? The girl quickly nodded her head. Some questions. More like too many questions. Naruto groaned inwardly before continuing on. Alright. Let's make a compromise. I ask a question first, then you ask yours. And we repeat until we are both satisfied with each other's information. Agreed. Again, she nodded her head in agreement. Now taking a thinking pose, Naruto thought came up with several questions, but decided to choose the best one he could think of. You mentioned earlier while talking to Chiron that you were the child of Athena. Who is she? Is she also a god? Naruto asked innocently. Annabeth rolled her eyes in impatience before answering back, yes, my mom is a god. More importantly, she is one of the 12 Olympians. Specifically, she is the god of wisdom and war. Naruto heard the last part and became puzzled by it. Wait, I thought Ares was the god of war. Again, she rolled her eyes at Naruto's lack of Greek mythology before replying back, no, Ares is the god of bloody war. Athena is the god of respectful war. Oh, and that counts as 2 questions, so I now have 2 questions to ask you. Naruto quietly mumbled to himself about how unfair that was. Ignoring his complaint, she went into her first question, where are you from? From what I've heard around camp, you appeared from a beam of light last night. Along with your lack of knowledge in Greek mythology for a teenager, you are definitely not from this world. She stated while narrowing her eyes. This made Naruto sweat a bit before calming himself to answer her question. I guess you could say I'm not from this world. The place I'm from is called the Elemental Nations. My home specifically being the Hidden Leaf Village. He answered back. The girl again took her thinking pose before asking her second question. That would explain your odd get-up. But I am curious, it's obvious from looking at you, that you're a warrior of some sorts. Tell me, what was your profession back home? This made Naruto scratch his cheek in thought before he answered back. Well, I was a shinobi for my village. My village had ninjas for soldiers, and to more accurately answer your question, I guess you could say I was a soldier in my other world. Annabeth gave a nod of understanding to Naruto before looking at him expectantly. Naruto gave her a deadpanned look before she threw her hands up into the air in frustration. It's your turn to ask a question now, Whisk. She quickly clasped her hand over her mouth in order to prevent her slip-up. But Naruto instantly recognized the nickname since he was called that many times in the other world. The girl had a slight red hue over her cheek and was now looking down onto the floor in embarrassment. Naruto let the awkward moment last a few seconds longer before he considered her moment of embarrassment to be enough for her. Chuckling out loud, the girl looked at Naruto in a curious way before Naruto spoke up. Don't worry, you're not the only girl who's called me that. Still, I'm always a little surprised when girls do call me that anyways. Naruto stated before leaning back into his bed. Suddenly, he remembered the events of last night and fighting the bull-looking man. Looking back at Annabeth quickly, he asked her where the 2 other boys were and if they were alright. Yeah, in fact, Grover was the one who carried you into the camp. She responded back much to Naruto's relief. The other boy though was in the same state you were in. Now that I think about it, you shouldn't be awake until at least tomorrow morning. She rationalized. About that, people have told me that I'm a faster healer and being a warrior and all, well I'm used to passing out. Naruto sheepishly while getting a strange look from Annabeth. But she just shrugged her shoulder with a look of indifference. Man, for being a girl, she seems to be very emotionless. Naruto concluded to himself. He would never tell her that since he had learned the hard way that telling a girl whatever he thought about her at that moment usually resulted him in a battered heap. Since you're new here and I got nothing better else to do, why don't I give you a tour of the camp, She asked before grabbing onto Naruto's hand and dragging him out of the tent, not even caring what his answer would have been. Once they were outside, Naruto was finally able to get a good look at the entirety of Camp Half-Blood. To Naruto, it looked a lot more like a war camp than a regular camp. But since the kids in these camps were not regular, then it was fair to say the camp shouldn't be either. Beautiful, isn't it? Annabeth now stood beside him. She too was marveling at the sight of the camp with him. It's pretty cool, I'll give you that. Naruto replied back while giving her a huge grin and a thumbs up. For the first time that he met her, she giggled a bit at his childish behavior. Finally, some progress, he thought to himself before glancing back at the camp. Here, I'll show you my cabin first, she said before grabbing his hand and dragging him again to Athena's cabin. While walking, Naruto couldn't help but feel the piercing stares coming from the camp members, but Annabeth didn't appear to notice. When they finally got to her cabin, Naruto noticed that the building was colored blue and gold with an owl carved over the doorway with plain white curtains. Around 10 kids were outside playing around the building also. Are all these kids playing around the cabin also children of Athena? Naruto asked while admiring the cabin. Yep, that reminds me. Because you haven't been claimed yet, you'll have to stay in the Hermes cabin. Noticing Naruto's questioning gaze, she reverted back to her impatient self and answered his untold question. Every demigod has to be claimed by their parent god first before they can live in their respective cabins. However, if the person is no she claimed, then they must stay at the Hermes cabin. She explained while twirling her hair. What if no one claims them? The thought had popped into his head, and he was curious as to what the answer was for that. Well, I won't say that it's common, it's also not uncommon either for a god to never claim their child. Whether it be for personal reasons or pride, the demigod then must live in the Hermes cabin indefinitely. She replied back sadly. Naruto had a feeling that was the answer beforehand, but hearing it all the same was still painful for him. Watching some children of Athena play around outside, he noticed that 2 cabins appeared to be empty when they ran past them. Curious as to why they seemed empty, Naruto poked Annabeth's shoulder in order to gain her attention. Hey, why are those 2 cabins down there empty? Naruto asked while pointing at the 2 empty cabins. Annabeth followed his finger and frowned slightly before giving him her reply. Those cabins belong to 2 of the 3 most powerful gods, Zeus and Poseidon. As for the reasons why they're empty, she was lost in thought before continuing on with her explanation. Right, long ago the 3 gods made an oath to never have any children. They even swore in the river Styx, which is the greatest oath a god could make. And before you ask, swearing on the river Styx is absolute. If you break the promise, you pretty much die. Now it was Naruto's turn to frown. There was just something odd about her explanation. Wait, you said there was 3 powerful gods. Where's the 3rd, Hades' cabin? This question made the young girl tense with uneasiness. Naruto, I don't know if Chiron told you this, but even though he is technically an Olympian, he is not officially recognized and thus does not have a seat on Mount Olympus. That also means he doesn't receive a cabin here then. This irritated Naruto greatly. How could family treat each other with such disrespect? If he kept hearing explanations like these, he feared that he would never fully understand this new strange world. Sorry, but I think it's time to show you to Hermes' cabin. I have other stuff I must do later tonight, she stated apologetically while motioning for him to follow her. He was kinda surprised that she didn't grab his hand and drag him again, but he shrugged and followed after her. A few moments later, Naruto came upon a really worn-looking cabin that, he thought, could use a makeover. Turning his head over his right shoulder, he saw Annabeth standing behind him with a nervous grin. Again, I'm sorry, but the Hermes cabin is the oldest and most populated cabin out of all the gods' cabins, she muttered out disappointingly. But Naruto didn't really mind it. If it was really bad though, he could always sleep outside, so there was always that. Okay, which one of you conniving cowards painted my cabin? A feminine yell was heard on the other side of the cabin. Inquisitive about whoever was making all that ruckus, Naruto quickly ran to the other side of the cabin. Annabeth, however, knew right away that only one female would have the galls to yell out with that much anger. When they both rounded the corner, they could see a girl with long, stringy hair with pig-like brown eyes. She was currently holding a small boy by the gruff of his neck collar and glaring daggers into his eyes, or soul. Naruto couldn't tell. If he could make any comparisons with anybody he knew with her, then she would be very similar to a certain pink-haired kunoichi. Finally noticing that 2 new people were staring at her, she carelessly dropped the poor boy and began marching towards Naruto and Annabeth. Brace yourself, boy, Annabeth whispered, which made Naruto narrow his eyes towards the approaching threat. Instinctively, he brought his left hand towards his weapons pouch in case things got messy. Oi, you're the new blood around here, am I right? The girl paused in her walk while eyeing Naruto questioningly. He gave a slight nod, which made her grin slightly. So you're the one who defeated the Minotaur. I am surprised that such a newbie could defeat a monster so easily though. You must be pretty powerful. The girl whistled out before noticing the other girl standing beside him. Hey there, Miss Smarty Pants. What are you doing hanging around a warrior like him? Shouldn't you be reading your little books and doing whatever smart people do? She jabbed at Annabeth. Well, whatever I do choose to do, I can always do it better than you, musclehead. Besides, you should ask your daddy about that. I bet he could tell you his personal experience of being bested from my mother. Annabeth smirked from the now enraged look the girl now had on her face. Oh, you'll pay for insulting my father, Ares, wise girl. The girl hissed while slowly drawing out her spear. But Naruto quickly noticed that her spear was no regular spear since a spark of light flashed from the tip of it. Oh please Clarice, don't patronize me, we all know your whole family is filled with dogs who only bark, but can't bite when it comes down to it. Annabeth grinned even wider from seeing her insult affect the war god's daughter even more. Why you little bitch, but her derogatory statement was interrupted by a cough from a blonde-haired boy. I know you girls want to kill each other, but I think Annabeth has something to tell you from Chiron personally, Naruto said while trying to cool off two angry females. Annabeth was about to retort with an insult to Clarice before Naruto gave her a stone-cold glare. Sighing out loud, she relayed her message. That's right, we have the weekly game of Capture the Flag this Friday. Perfect. I can kill both the Hermes cabin and you with one fell swoop. Clarice exclaimed while kicking another table over. She then began to walk past the two teenagers before she stopped directly in front of Naruto. You know, any person who can kill a monster that easily is okay in my book, Clarice commented while winking at Naruto. This made him raise an eyebrow, but shrugged it off and he muttered a quiet thank you. Though he would admit she was very pretty for such a violent person, previous history with violent women had taught him to stay away from such females, in a romantic form anyways. Ha, you should read a book first then. Annabeth snorted while getting in the last word, not caring that what she did was very unladylike. Clarice only responded to her insult with a death-promising glare before she marched away angrily towards her own cabin, kicking anything smaller than her over. Hearing a sigh escape the girl next to him, Naruto put a hand on her right shoulder in worry. Are you going to be okay, wise girl? Naruto asked with evident worry in his tone. But Annabeth lifted her right eyebrow at his name calling. Wise girl, I don't remember giving you permission to call me that. Well, it's only fair since you called me Whiskers. Naruto responded back. This elicited a response from Annabeth. Her cheeks got red again from embarrassment and she once again gazing at the ground. Idiot, she mumbled out quietly, much to Naruto's amusement. Realizing that they were the only ones outside, Annabeth said her goodbye to Naruto. Her head was still looking at the ground when she did this, and swiftly left for her cabin to turn in for the night. Naruto chuckled at the girl's predicament before entering the Hermes cabin. To say the cabin was filled would have been an understatement. There was absolutely no place to walk, let alone sleep in. Groaning to himself, Naruto exited the cabin and decided to look for a place to sleep. It was logical to conclude that he was not allowed to go into any other cabins to sleep in, so he decided to go to the edge of the camp and look there. He finally found a decent spot to sleep and sat down underneath a large pine tree. He couldn't understand why, but he felt a safe, comforting aura emanating from this particular tree. Shrugging his shoulders, he thought nothing more of it, and soon fell into a restful sleep. A lone figure could be seen gazing idly off into the distance with a look of contemplation drawn onto his face. His fingers were rapidly tapping the side of the railing impatiently. The man had long dark gray hair with a gray and black beard. He was also sporting a dark blue pinstriped suit that only made the figure that much more menacing. The beautiful lights that he was admiring from the city scene below him were marred with obnoxious honks and yells from the occupants below. Helicopters, and various other loud flying vehicles were also drowning out the natural beauty of the city. These ridiculous flying contraptions annoyed the man so greatly, that he swore on the river Styx that he would never ride in one of them ever. But being the god of the sky made the oath very possible, so this absolute promise meant little to him in terms of danger. Now being quite bored from leaning against the railing for a whole hour, the man decided that he needed to sit down. Choosing a nearby bench to sit in, he quickly made his way over to it and began to stroke his beard with annoyance. Where the hell is that man? He thought quietly to himself. The man was supposed to be there an hour earlier. But knowing his brother, he already had suspected this would happen. His brother was always truant to all their important meetings. So why would this case be any different? Unconsciously reaching for his right pants pocket, he disappointingly grabbed air from within it. Frowning from his automatic coping mechanism, he let loose another groan of what he thought to have been one of many. Suddenly, a nearby sound was heard, which made the patiently waiting man feel a rush of joy. Exiting the elevator, a man with black hair, a neatly trimmed beard, sea green eyes, and a nice tan stepped out of it. He was wearing Birkenstocks, leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, and a shirt with coconuts and parrots on it or any other Hawaiian shirt. And a battered cap decorated with fishing lures. Like the other man, he had an aura that demanded respect from anyone who was near his vicinity. The man casually began walking to the seated man with a slow pace. Much to the other man's disdain. "I see you're still a prima donna," the annoyed man muttered out while patting the right side of the bench with his hand. The mocked M, and then sat down next to the other man with a large feral grin protruding from his mouth. "Yo, long time no see, huh brother?" The cheeky man replied back. His response was met with a snort from the other man. Even after countless years, his brother had changed very little in terms of personality. But he could also relate with his brother, since he too had changed little after all these years. Still, he wished his brother had at least changed his sense of style. He was always too serious, and his apparel matched his attitude perfectly. "Quit the small talk, Poseidon." The now named man frowned slightly from the sudden atmosphere change. "You know why you're here, correct, brother?" The man asked while turning his head so that his eyes were now staring directly into the other man's eyes. Scratching his head in thought, the man soon replied, "Oh, I don't know. Do you need me to cover for you again?" Like the last 100th time, Poseidon smirked when he saw his brother's face uncharacteristically turn a slight shade of red. "That is no joke, Poseidon. We both know that my wife gets quite temperamental when I do those stuff. Look at what she did to Hercules." The fanatic man yelled, much to the amusement of the other man. "So really, why did you call me up here, Lord Zeus?" Poseidon asked, his demeanor now completely serious. Zeus, realizing his brother was giving him the proper attention, nodded his head before talking. "Someone has stolen something very precious from me. This item represents my power and my will. In essence, this weapon is the very symbol of my being," Zeus said while narrowing his eyes slightly. Thinking quietly to himself, Poseidon soon let his jaw drop to the ground when he came to the answer. Your master bolt has been stolen." "But how?" he asked, now very much concerned for his brother. But he was shocked, however, when his brother turned to face him with his eyes still narrowed. Actually, his eyes might have narrowed even more. Gasping in surprise, Poseidon immediately stood up so that he was now leveled with his brother. "You think I took the bolt? Are you truly that paranoid to believe that someone of your own flesh and blood would steal it from you? And besides, gods cannot steal symbols of power from each other anyhow," he yelled back with anger laced in his voice. It was true, he and his brother had many conflicts over the years for the control of power. But, even if he did want to unseat his brother, stealing Zeus's master bolt was below him. If he were to ever take power from his brother, it would be from defeating him with his own powers. Zeus, closing his eyes, calmly spoke up with a dominating tone resonating from it. "True, but there are many other ways a god can steal from another god without breaking the law." This street attempt made Poseidon go wide-eyed with rage. "Are you accusing my son of stealing your stupid bolt? I haven't even met him, let alone talked to him because of your stupid rule." He spat out with rage. "Nevertheless, he is still capable of stealing it, and because of this I give you this warning." Zeus spoke while turning his entire body so that it was now facing Poseidon's own. "You have exactly 10 days before the summer solstice to return my master bolt, either you or your bastard son, to me directly at Mount Olympus. If not, then brother, prepare for war." With this closing statement, Zeus walked away briskly towards the elevator, leaving Poseidon alone to absorb the grim news. "Damn it, brother, can't you see that you are making a horrible mistake?" Poseidon yelled. But his brother merely ignored his outburst, and rode the elevator back up to Mount Olympus. Burying his face in his hands, Poseidon shook his head in disbelief. Percy, I am truly sorry my son, but your world is about to change. I'm afraid that I have given you a burden that no son deserves to bear. But you are the only person who can solve this problem. If you do manage to complete this quest, and if we do not go to war, then I promise on the river Styx that I will explain everything to you afterwards. Be strong my son, because unlike me, you will not fail your loved ones. He prayed silently, ironic, After a brief moment of despair, the depressed figure vanished in a swirl of water, leaving nothing but small water blotch that eerily resembled the god of the sea. However, the figure was missing something very symbolic that helped distinguish him from the other gods. In his right hand, where there should have been his trident, there was simply nothing. Camp Half-Blood. Smelling the familiar scent of olive oil, Naruto's eyes slowly fluttered open so that his eyelids were half opened when he saw it. Two steel-colored eyes were staring deeply into his own when he realized, in that moment, he was being watched in his sleep by the girl from yesterday. Gah! Naruto shrieked out while quickly leaning his back onto the pine tree. He was now standing and was also now very much awake. You talk in your sleep. Did you know that? The girl asked in a casual manner. What the hell? Why were you watching me sleep, wise girl? Naruto practically yelled, making the young girl cringe a little from the unexpected noise. The girl, after recovering, rolled her eyes at Naruto's untold accusation. Relax sleeping beauty, I was only watching you for about a minute. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously from her statement. Obviously wary of the girl, as to why I'm even here, Chiron wanted me to educate you a little more in Greek mythology. Naruto, still a bit dazed from suddenly waking up, asked her a more personal question. Did I say anything weird while I was sleeping? He asked seriously. Watching the girl's reaction, he noticed something was off when the girl muttered a quick no. She's lying. She definitely heard something important. Naruto deduced before he decided to let her slide for the time being. Chiron said that he was telling you about the 12 Olympians before I interrupted his little spiel. Do you remember where you had left off? Naruto scratched his chin in thought. We talked about the 3 powerful gods. Then we talked Ares, the god of bloody war. Oh, I remember. Naruto blurted out in his head. Yeah, we left off with a person named Afro something. Naruto answered back. The goddess whom I believe you are referring to is Aphrodite, the goddess of love, joy. Annabeth muttered out dryly. Well, I already told you about my mom, Athena. So let's talk about another goddess. Demeter, goddess of agriculture. She is the main reason for why we have seasons here. But the explanation about her daughter, Persephone, is better told for another time. She said. Naruto simply shrugged his shoulder at this. The less explaining she did, the less he would have to remember. Shit, he already forgot about some of the other gods' names and powers. I really have to take these explanations more seriously. He thought sorely to himself. Then there's Apollo, god of light. He's the god who carries the sun across the sky with his chariot. Without doing this, there would be no days. Next, we have Hermes. He is the messenger of the gods. And he also is the person who allows all unclaimed demigods to stay in his cabin. Naruto nodded at this, understanding perfectly well that he should be thankful to this god, even though he didn't actually stay in the said cabin. Artemis is the goddess of the hunt. I must warn you, since you are a man, that she well known for her hatred of men. Annabeth warned. Continuing on, Hephaestus is the next god. He is the god of fire and the forge. He makes many weapons for the gods and heroes. Finally, we have the god of wine, Dionysus. He is actually one of few gods you can meet easily with, since he is our camp director. However, he dislikes heroes greatly and acts very unpleasantly around most campers here. She sighed, before glancing back at Naruto. She had unconsciously turned her head so that she was gazing back at the camp during her long, but brief, explanation for each of the 12 Olympians. Naruto, nodding that he understood what she had just told him, took the rare moment to speak up. So, is that all you needed to do with me? Annabeth slowly nodded her head in confirmation, not remembering Chiron telling her to explain anything else to the mysterious blonde boy. Again, The boy nodded his head, before saluting. Well, I guess I'll be off then. After speaking the last word, Naruto, surprisingly went up in a cloud of smoke. Coughing from the sudden appearance of smoke, Annabeth waved away the smoke so she could see. To her astonishment, Naruto had completely disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Blinking several times in disbelief, she began to look around the pine tree for any signs of the boy. Obviously, she found nothing. This conclusion frustrated her immensely. What she just witnessed defied any logic within her thinking. Turning back so that she was facing the camp once again, she noticed an orange blur cross her sight from the corner of her left eye. Knowing full well what that blur was, she began racing after it, determined with catching and bombarding it with all her newfound questions. The pine tree was once again alone when Annabeth left to catch the sneaky blonde. Now alone, if someone had watched the tree carefully, they might have noticed the tray. Make an unnoticeable shake from the base of it. Naruto was now sprinting through the camp. He didn't want to leave Annabeth like the way he did, but he also wanted to at the same time explore around the camp by himself. So he compromised by silently creating a clone and leaving it with her. He also figured that he wouldn't miss anything since the clone's thoughts would come back to him once it dispersed. Just around that time, however, the now dispersed clone had its thoughts transferred to the originals. Face-palming himself, he cursed quietly at the clone for poofing out of existence. Sure, it would be a normal circumstance in his other world, but Naruto was quite sure that this world would look at all his ninja actions as odd and foreign to them. Sighing lightly, he decided to stop running and to gaze at his now new environment. There really wasn't much to see. A few cabins were littered around him, but other than that there was just training areas. This place was definitely more representative of a military camp than a regular one. Hearing gasps from a certain direction, Naruto noticed a now forming group of people surrounding a particular building. Curious as always, he began walking towards it. When Naruto finally got there, he was greeted to the sight of a familiar girl who was drenched from head to toe. There were also other teens who were wet as well, but not as much as the girl. However, they all had a look of murderous intent on their faces, and it was all directed to a certain boy in front of them, who was now rubbing his hair sheepishly from nervousness. I don't suppose a simple apology will do, even though you did try to dunk my head in the toilet, Percy mumbled the last part. The girl had her hands clenched in anger. It was pretty evident that she felt absolute loathing for the boy. Why is always the females who are the scariest? Naruto grunted to no one in particular. This is not how it's supposed to work. Newbies are supposed to get this treatment, not me. Clarice screamed while still very much glaring at him. Then why didn't I get pranked, warrior girl? Naruto interrupted while slowly walking beside the boy he had saved 2 nights ago. Percy's eyes went wide open in recognition of Naruto. But before he could say anything to his savior, a very angry female reclaimed his attention. You're strong, unlike that piece of scum. You actually defeated his opponent since he was too weak to do it himself. She retorted, unaware of her current state because of her anger toward the young black-haired boy. There is more to a person being called strong than fighting, you know. Naruto replied back. What else could possibly deem a person worthy than fighting? Oh, I don't know. A person's loyalty, bravery, determination, and many other things. Naruto listed before giving the boy beside him a light punch. Hey, what was that for? Percy asked, puzzled as to why this boy was now bullying him. I'm just a bit annoyed that every time I have seen you, you have either been fighting with something or someone. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Hey, move out of the way, kid. I have no quarrels with you. It's the boy beside you that I wish to teach a lesson to. Clarice warned while pointing directly at Percy. This made Percy gulp a bit from being called out in front of so many people who had now encircled them. Naruto looked between the two people with a look of thought. Shockingly, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulder and moved away from Percy, much to the young boy's horror. Wait, why are you leaving? Oh, you really want to see the person you saved die by this barbaric girl? The scared boy pleaded, much to Naruto's annoyance. Rolling his eyes, he glanced back at Clarice, who now sported an unnatural smile on her face. Kid, I would advise you not to agitate your opponent, especially this one. And for the reason why I am not helping you. How should I put this? You start a war, you fight it yourself. I will not fight your wars if I don't need to. Naruto muttered, much to the boy's terror and the girl's delight. Damn, I think I'm in love. Clarice muttered out sarcastically, while still smiling like a mad woman. This made Naruto chuckle. He did not expect the god of war's daughter to ever mutter those words out. Both demigods pulled out their respective weapons. Clarice grabbed the elector, a fide spear that was attached to her back. Meanwhile, Percy, still conflicted as to whether or not he should fight this girl, finally uncapped his pen, much to his disdain. Instantly, the pen became a 3-foot-tall double-edged celestial bronze sword. The two combatants then slowly began to circle around one another. But before anything could happen, a yell was heard from within the crowd. Stop, you guys! A heavily huffing Annabeth shouted while trying to regain her breath. Clarice, you know what Chiron told you, no fighting until Friday. Yeah, and what's to stop me from breaking that deal? Clarice replied, gripping her spear tighter in annoyance. Do I need to remind you about the last time you broke one of Chiron's little deal's muscle head? Annabeth warned. She then felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw Clarice's face go deathly gray. Knowing her threat was a direct hit, she began shooing away the crowd, much to their disappointment of not seeing a battle. Clarice, however, cursed loudly to Percy before storming off, with her supporters following closely behind her. Letting go a breath that he was unknowingly holding in, he sighed loudly to himself. He let himself fall to the ground so that he was laying with his back on it. He was really happy that he didn't have to fight that girl, or else he was afraid that she would have absolutely annihilated him. Where do you think you are going, Naruto? Annabeth said while tapping her right foot with impatience. During the chaos, Naruto had tried to escape, but was quickly apprehended by the daughter of Athena. Knowing that he couldn't escape without attracting more attention to himself, he relented and began walking back to where the two teens were. You owe me an explanation, she stated while glaring at the young shinobi. Well, what you experienced was one of my abilities, I guess. Naruto finally answered, but the look she was still giving to him, he knew she still was not content with that answer. Okay, I guess it wouldn't hurt too bad if I told you a little more about it. The ability simply allows me to clone myself. The clone can do whatever I can do to a certain degree, but it can be cancelled by a simple attack or by yours truly. Annabeth took her thinking pose, which was having her pointer finger on her chin, while her left hand was idly creating motions that resembled circles. Speaking of abilities, what was that you did to Clarice? Naruto asked, now looking down at Percy, who was still laying flatly against the ground. Shrugging his shoulders, he answered back, I don't really know myself. One moment I was being dragged into the girls' bathroom, the next moment the water from the toilet explodes out and pours Clarice and her gang out of the bathroom. I'm surprised though that I don't seem to be wet in the very least. Percy added while frowning from the statement. Wait, Percy, you actually controlled the water? Annabeth asked. She had quietly joined their little discussion. After she was done thinking about Naruto's earlier ability, Percy instantly noticed the girl when she walked towards them. He couldn't help but to blush slightly from having an attractive girl speaking directly to him. But he quickly remembered that the girl had asked him a question. Looking up in thought, he suddenly got to his feet before replying, yeah, you could say that. It was a really strange feeling now that I think about it. Naruto noticed that Annabeth had the same look on her face that she had earlier when he asked her if she heard anything strange from himself while he was sleeping. I see, she whispered. This made Percy give her a strange look before diverting his attention once again back to Naruto. Forgetting your most recent actions, I have to thank you for saving Grove. R and I, or else we would have surely been killed, Percy stated before reaching his hand out. Noticing what the boy was asking, Naruto quickly reciprocated the boy's welcoming gesture. The name's Percy Jackson. Yo, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. As for helping you and your friend out, it's no big deal since the place I'm from, I am constantly saving people's live. I am also taking them, Naruto thought sadly to himself. Percy noticed his sudden sad attitude and decided to change the subject. So what I have learned from this place, every camper here is a demigod, or half a god to be more precise. Naruto nodded in agreement but was wondering where this conversation was leading them towards. Then that means we both are either a child of a god or a goddess. Again, Naruto nodded in agreement. Okay, I don't suppose you know who your parent is then? Percy asked innocently. Naruto frowned slightly from the question. From what he had known before, he definitely knew his parents. But I didn't remember any one of them as potentially being either a god or goddess. Shaking his head, Percy groaned with disappointment. I'm guessing you don't know your parent as well. Percy nodded his head in confirmation. But Naruto had already deduced who his parent could have been. Well, hearing that you controlled the water in the toilet, it would be a safe guess that your parent is a hand W. As quickly clasped in front of Naruto's mouth, effectively muffling his last words. Glaring slightly at the girl who had interrupted his revelation, he noticed Annabeth mouth the words, I'm sorry. Uffing with frustration from not being able to speak his mind, he gently removed her hand from his mouth. Percy though had stared at the scene between them with a funny look. Naruto was going to say that your parent could have potentially been one of the Olympians. Annabeth hastily replied, hoping that Percy wouldn't press on. Thankfully, he seemed to be content with that information. Thank the gods this boy is dense beyond all reason. She silently thought before, unexpectedly, pulling Naruto to the side in order to have a private discussion with Naruto, much to Percy's confusion. Don't you remember what I said earlier? The three gods were never supposed to have children. If what you were about to blurt out is true, then the oath would have been broken for the second time. Annabeth hissed, not realizing her slip-up. But Naruto, actually listening intently, caught it. There's another child? Naruto asked. Annabeth slapped herself mentally for revealing such an impactful secret. Do you, Naruto, swear on the river Styx to not tell anyone what I am about to tell you? Annabeth demanded. Realizing the seriousness, he nodded in agreement. Repeat it out loud, she commanded. Sighing with annoyance, he reluctantly did as he was told. I, Naruto, swear on the river Styx to never tell anyone about what you are about to tell me. Suddenly a loud boom could be heard in the distance. Thunder. But there's no storm clouds anywhere. He thought quizzically to himself. Annabeth, now satisfied with his oath, spoke up in a hushed tone. Thalia Grace was the first child to have been born from the three gods. Her father was, ironically, Zeus. Now, hiding her relationship with Zeus from the other two gods was nearly impossible. So it was no surprise to any of us that Hades was the one who found out their connection. Knowing she would pretty much die unless she went somewhere safe, it was decided that she come stay at Camp Half-Blood. But Hades knew she would come here, That's why he sent monsters from the depths of Tartarus to kill her. We were extremely lucky to have managed to get her to the entrance of Camp Half-Blood, but she trailed off. Naruto let her weep to herself before she felt comfortable again to talk. But we weren't fast enough to make it. Thalia, knowing the outcome, sacrificed herself so that Luke, Grover, and I would make it. Zeus, pitying her death, transformed her into a pine tree that you had slept under last night. She now protects the camp with a magical barrier that prevents any monsters from entering. Annabeth was now gazing toward that particular tree. Wow, no wonder I felt safe near it. Naruto realized before noticing that Annabeth was about to cry once more. Without thinking, he wrapped his arms around her for comfort, and began whispering soothingly into her ear. Hey, don't cry, wise girl. I too have had my share of losses, he whispered. Annabeth blushed heavily from the proximity of the older boy, and was surprised that he had decided to hug her. But she didn't pull away. She felt quite comfortable wrapped around the mysterious boy's arms and was now feeling a lot better. He smells a lot like ramen. The girl giggled silently to herself. They stood there together for a moment longer before a cough was heard. Realizing suddenly that Percy was standing literally 25 yards from them, they quickly separated with small colors of pink dotted across their cheeks. Thank you, Annabeth muttered out quietly, her blush still present on her face. No problem, Naruto replied back awkwardly. He still wasn't used to female contact after all these years. So, what now? Percy asked, hoping to get past that strange moment between Naruto and Annabeth. Annabeth buried her face in her hands. She had forgotten to tell them something important. I forgot to tell you guys that tomorrow is Friday. Suddenly, a look of understanding crossed the two boys' faces. The understanding was the same, evidently. The two reactions were totally different. Hell yes, tomorrow's gonna be fun. Naruto cheered while jumping up and down with joy. I'd mind as well sign my funeral papers then, Percy groaned from the thought of Clarice impaling his heart with her spear. It's settled, I want both of you on my team, Annabeth stated proudly. Luke should be ecstatic from this, she said, again, mostly to herself. Oh yeah, who is Luke? Naruto asked, remembering that name from earlier. That's right, Luke is the son of Hermes and is the head counselor for the cabin. I know when you meet him, you'll find that he is a very likable guy. Both Naruto and Percy nodded. However, Annabeth decided now was the best time to get some real answers from Naruto. I think it is time you two met Mr. D. Naruto knew the nickname, but Percy, not being informed earlier, had a look of confusion drawn onto his face. Dionysus. The single name still didn't help Percy much, but he was content with the person's actual name. Leading the boys to a rather large building, compared to others, she opened the door and motioned for them to walk in. When they walked in, they quickly noticed two men quite engrossed in a heated argument with one another. The man on the left with horse legs was easily identified as being Chiron. Using the simple process of elimination, the man on the right had to be Dionysus. This guy is a god, Naruto and Percy both muttered out in unison. The questioned man quickly had a tick mark on his forehead from the lack of respect from the two insolent teenagers. What, have you two ever seen a god before? Mr. D growled. Both boys shook their heads and the god of wine continued, then be quiet, you poor excuses of a demigod. The boys cringed slightly at the insult. Now, I think it would be quite rude of you if you did not formally introduce yourself, god. Chiron chuckled, but Mr. D rolled his eyes before snapping his fingers. The boys were suddenly wrapped up in grapevines in an instant. They had sprouted from the floor beneath them and had wrapped themselves tightly around the poor boys. I am Dionysus, god of wine, madness, party, and everything else you deem currently relevant. Right now though, I am the camp director and your superior. He glared at the two boys who were still struggling to break free of their restraints. Noticing that they were not listening, he made some of the vines wrap around the boys' heads and turned them so that they were now facing him. Listen up, you punks, you will respect me. Even if you are classified as heroes, you are nothing more than glorified teenagers. He spat out while reaching across the table for his glass of Diet Coke. What do you even have against heroes anyways? Naruto asked. He was quite interested as to why this particular god hated demigods. Narrowing his eyes, Mr. D cleared his throat before getting out of his chair and began walking towards them so that he was now directly in front of both boys. Looking directly into his eyes, both boys could see a purplish fire emanating from his pupils. You heroes never change. You accuse us gods of being vain. You should look at yourselves. You take what you want, use whoever you have to, and then you betray everyone around you. So you'll have to excuse me if I have no love for heroes. You are a selfish, ungrateful lot, Mr. D explained before releasing the boys from his vines. Percy and Naruto tenderly rubbed their sore wrists and unconsciously took a hesitant step backwards. What's your names again? Mr. D thought quickly to himself before finishing his thought. Oh right. You on the left must be Perseus, and you on the right must be Naru. It's Naruto, Percy. Both boys yelled from being called their wrong names. So he has already began calling them by their wrong names. Chiron thought quietly to himself while sighing softly at his co-worker's show of affection. Same thing. Mr. D corrected while sitting down into his chair once again. So, how can I help you brats? Both boys looked at Annabeth, who quickly became nervous from the sudden attention she was receiving. Oh, is there something I can help you with, Annabelle? About that, I was wondering, Mr. D, if you could explain to all of us how you knew Naruto wasn't from our world. She asked while ignoring Mr. D's name calling. This small revelation made Naruto look at Mr. D with a questioning gaze. Rubbing his chin in thought, everyone leaned in closer, including Chiron, when Mr. D answered Annabeth's question. That's easy, Annabelle. I'm a god, he answered back nonchalantly. Everyone face faulted from hearing that obvious statement. We know, everyone yelled back. There was also a quieter yell about him not saying their name right that no one seemed to have heard. Much to the girl's frustration. "All right, I'll let you in on a little secret, okay? Mr. D relented, much to everyone's relief that they were going to get some kind of answer from him. He then set his sight directly onto Naruto's lone figure. "Naru, the reason why I know that you're not from this world is because I know your parent. And they specifically told me about you." Mr. DSNIC curd from seeing everyone's shocked face. Naruto, especially, was probably the most shocked from this statement. "Why would my parent ever talk to you? You're nothing more than a bitter, lazy, party whore," Naruto yelled out in disbelief. Ever since saw the man, he knew he disliked him greatly. "HMPH, that is exactly what your daddy said to me when we first met," Dionysus grumbled out while taking a sip from his goblet. The whole room suddenly froze from that last sentence. Naruto was completely dumbfounded by the new information. In fact, he felt like a little piece of him had just died then and there. "My father was no god," Naruto stuttered out while still recovering from his shock. This made Mr. D roll his eyes, however. "Hello, shape-shifting. Ever heard of it? Gods can also do it, not just ninjas." Mr. D waved his hand across his face in order to get his point across. "Have you ever wondered why you always seem to have been a natural at transforming?" Noticing Naruto's jaw drop, he continued, "Yeah, I know all about what you people call jutsus and stuff. Please, what kind of gods would we be if we didn't know anything about your world?" "Don't answer that, it was a rhetorical question. Oh, and props on killing Madara, kid. It isn't easy killing one of Ares's children." Mr. D congratulated while giving him the thumbs up. To say Naruto was blown away by the revelation would have been an understatement. He was currently on his hands and knees, panting uncontrollably from the influx of newfound information. His eyes were as wide as saucers. His mouth in the shape of a wide O. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Everyone else stared at the shaking figure with a sense of pity, even Mr. D felt a little regretful about the way he revealed some stuff, but not all of it. This boy deserved to know the truth and, damn it all, the boy was going to get it. Yes, in fact, the whole Uchiha clan was related to Ares in some form or another. Now that I think about it, Ares truly is a cruel god, making the basis of the Uchiha culture revolve around blood and death. HMPH, his gift, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was more of a curse than anything else. Killing your own kinsman in order to obtain power. Unforgivable. Mr. D muttered the last sentence quietly to himself. To his surprise, he found his shirt being grabbed roughly by a very angry-looking shinobi. "What else, have you not told me that I should know about?" Naruto demanded angrily while glaring dangerously at the now sympathetic-looking god. "I've said too much," Mr. D mumbled out quietly before wisping through Naruto's hands in a purple haze. Naruto blinked at his hands in astonishment for a couple of seconds before snapping out of his trance-like state. He was about to lunge at the god before he fell. Two soft objects rest gently onto both his shoulders. Glancing quickly at his shoulders, he noticed that they were hands, and that they belonged to both Percy and Annabeth. "Stop it, Naruto, he is not your enemy," Annabeth whispered soothingly, trying to calm the crazed boy. Percy merely nodded in agreement. Comprehending the situation, Naruto noticed that everyone was looking at him with a pleading look. Finally, Naruto relaxed his body. He allowed his body to hit the floor and he sat there with one hand on his knee. Annabeth then peered back at Mr. D. "I understand then, sir. I believe it would be best if we go now," Annabeth stated. Chiron said a quiet goodbye while Mr. D simply flicked his hand in a farewell manner. The two teenagers were about to leave until they noticed that Naruto was now standing directly in front of Mr. D's desk. Worried that something bad was going to happen, they waited near the door. Naruto never drew his eyes away from the god. He didn't even bother to blink. Instead, he clenched both his fists so tightly, they were now turning ghostly white. "Mr. D, who was my father?" Naruto asked in a soft tone, which surprised Dionysus greatly since he was expecting another shouting match to occur. Smiling warmly towards the boy, Mr. D replied back in a serious tone. "Naruto, I am not obliged to be one to tell you who your father is. Only your true father can tell you. Same thing goes for you too, Percy. Mr. D stated seriously. Naruto, understanding that this was the only information that he was going to get out of the god, huffed in dissatisfaction. He turned hastily so that he was now facing away from the god, and walked quickly towards the door. When he met up with the two teens who were waiting for him, he simply nodded to them and walked out. They soon followed suit. Sighing quietly to himself, Chiron walked up to a window and watched the three teens walk back to camp under the now setting sun. You think we should have told him who his father was? Chiron asked. Mr. D just played with the goblet in his hand before replying back. And have him forever mad at us? Nah, I think I'll pass. He answered back plainly. Still, the Uchiha revelation was a little unwarranted, considering the fact that his best friend was one. Shaking his head from this rare moment of sympathy, he went back to bickering with Chiron about how long Percy would asked against Clarice in the capture the flag game tomorrow. The walk back to camp was painfully slow, both for Naruto and Percy. Annabeth meanwhile was in deep thought about the recent events that had just occurred. Sasuke was related to Ares. Naruto kept thinking while he was walking. Percy was thinking about his father and who he could have been. He was also upset at the fact that his dad didn't save his mom from being killed by the Minotaur. He could have forgiven his dad's neglect for him if only he had tried to save his mom. It was night out when they finally reached Annabeth's cabin. Well, today was interesting, huh? She stated while trying to make small talk from the suddenly silent boys. Percy merely nodded while Naruto looked her straight in the eyes. Yeah, to say it wasn't would be a lie, haha. Naruto haphazardly laughed. He too was trying to make the overall mood more lively. Percy, being dense as ever, couldn't get the hint. Guys, today just sucked. Percy said, completely oblivious to the sullen atmosphere. He quickly received a stern glare from the other two teenagers and decided that he should just be quiet for the rest of the night. Naruto, if I remember correctly, you slept outside, Annabeth stated. Naruto merely shrugged in a manner. Ignoring that gesture, Annabeth continued, well, wouldn't you be more comfortable if you slept in a, I don't know, tent? She asked sarcastically. I guess, but I don't really have a tent, do I? Naruto answered back, not quite understanding where she was going with this. In the name of Zeus, you are two are denser than a log. Annabeth cried out in exasperation. She quickly raced inside her cabin and came out immediately with a small box. Here, inside this box is a tent. Seeing as we have our own cabin, I think it would be put to more use with you two, she said while handing the box off to Percy. Thank you, Annabeth. You truly are the kindest girl here. Naruto complimented her cheerfully since he was getting a free tent. This made her blush a slight tint of pink. She was not used to any kind of affection from a boy, no less a compliment. Really, you don't have to thank me. It's just the right thing to do. She corrected him. She was thankful that it was dark, or she feared that they would see her face and ask about her blush. Whatever you say, Annabeth. We'll see you tomorrow and, together, we'll kick some Ares cabin's ass. Naruto shouted before slowly walking towards the direction of Thalia's tree. Naruto, please don't remind me. Percy whined while trailing behind Naruto with a defeated posture. Naruto simply laughed, a genuine one, at the pessimistic boy while they were walking. When they got to the pine tree, they began to set up their tent and before long they were sleeping cozily inside. The tent was quite large, allowing two people to easily sleep inside of it. They needed the extra room since both teenagers, unknowingly, kicked a lot in their sleep. Not to mention they also sleep-talked. Nevertheless, they were both able to fall asleep. Later that night, Naruto woke up abruptly. He was woken up by a strange sound and smell. Frowning slightly when his eyes were now adjusted to the dark, he noticed immediately that something was amiss. He then promptly went over to Percy and attempted to wake him up. But doing so was easier said than done. For the life of him, Percy kicked like an all-star kickboxer when he was asleep. He took two shadow clones to restrain the boy, and even then the boy unconsciously resorted to trying to headbutt him. Damn, if all you're worried about is Clarice killing you tomorrow, then you truly underestimate your own ability to kick some serious ass tremendously. Naruto thought loudly to himself before getting a solid thud to the face courtesy of Percy's right foot. Sorry Percy, but waking you up the slow and gentle way just won't work with you. Naruto growled before slapping the boy hard on his right cheek. Amazingly, the boy seemed to just barely feel it because Percy merely twitched his eyelids from the pain. What? He might be as heavy as a sleeper as Pervy Sage was. Naruto remarked before he heard a pained whisper escape from Percy. What do you want, Naruto? Percy whispered, while trying to fall back to sleep. Naruto, not wanting to try to wake him up again, grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently until the said boy was awake. Percy, this is very important. Can you look up into the sky and tell me what you think of the stars? Naruto asked with a surprisingly serious voice. Percy narrowed his eyes slightly so that he could see the night sky clearer. If I explain it to you, will you promise to let me go back to sleep? Naruto nodded his head. This prompted Percy to sit up and gaze at the stars for a moment before sharing his analysis of the night sky. Okay, from what I see millions of possible stars that could house life on another planet in their solar system. Also, the stars all look like they have the same brightness as because they are millions of light years away from Earth. Percy deduced out loud, noticing that Naruto had face-palmed himself during his scientific explanation. Percy growled out from the lack of attention the boy was giving him. Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, what are your thoughts about the stars? He asked in a mocking tone. You idiot, Percy, someone has stolen our tent. Naruto finally yelled out. That was when Percy realized why he was feeling a gentle breeze all of a sudden. Glancing quickly around his surroundings, he quickly concluded that they were, indeed, missing their tent. Whoever stole this tent is going to pay. Naruto finalized before getting back up and pacing back and forth while in deep thought. Percy just sighed, since he believed that the boy was thinking up a prank to get even with the thieves. But then, he heard an odd ruffling coming from behind him a ways. Turning his head around, he suddenly paled at the sight before him. Feeling a tap on his right shoulder, Naruto was about to yell at Percy for interrupting his thinking until he saw Percy pointing at something. Following the boy's finger, he soon came upon the sight that had caused fear into Percy. There, hanging from some trees, was their tent. Only it was now ripped and a large flap of it was hung on top of a tree trunk like a flag. The flag had a red painted boar-shaped helm drawn onto it. Narrowing his eyes so that they could now be described as slits, Naruto suddenly began to march back to camp, taking each step with a sense of purpose. Knowing how unpredictable the boy was, Percy decided to follow after him. He only prayed that Naruto didn't go too overboard with his prank since tomorrow he was probably going to personally die from Clarice's hatred towards him and Naruto's prank. I really hate games. The next day Clarice woke up with a large grin adorning her face. She leaned her head back and tilted her head slightly to the left. Her digital clock said it was 7 a.m. But more importantly, the word Friday was flashing off of it. Swiftly jumping out of her bed, she began to get prepared for her battle later on that day. The rest of her cabin mates were still asleep since she always tended to get up about an hour earlier than they did. It took her about 30 minutes to get dressed and prepared. She's pretty much a soldier and randomly decided to look out the window. What she saw scared the living shit out of her. The camp was currently being attacked by a giant serpent. Quickly, she grabbed her spear and shield and raced out the door as physically fast as possible. What she failed to notice was that right outside her door, there was a mess of marbles scattered across her entryway. Because she was moving so fast, she could not stop her momentum entirely, so when she stepped on the marbles, she slid comically across the surface of her walkway, and into a big pool of mud. Of course, the funniest part was that she was shrieking quite uncharacteristically the whole way. When she got out of the pool of mud, she was absolutely covered in it. But that was only half of the prank. Apparently, Naruto had woken up the entire camp, and they were all now standing there laughing their asses off from what they just witnessed. She then noticed suddenly that Mr. D and Chiron were there as well. But what really caught her attention was Mr. D's video recording device. Yeah, perfect. Can you turn around please so I can capture the mud on your back, dear? Mr. Dee asked in between chuckles. Clarice was pissed. No, she wanted to kill the man responsible for this. Rapidly going through her list of suspects, she deduced that Naruto was the culprit since she had pranked him earlier. Learning her lesson, she decided that any future pranks on Naruto would hurt her more than it would him. Now the only thing that would put her in a happy mood again was the death of a certain black-haired boy. Turning around and walking back into her cabin, she groaned mentally to herself that she would have to take more time in cleaning herself of all the mud now caked onto her. However, Naruto and Percy were owing their asses off from behind the large group of people who had formed in front of the Ares cabin. They didn't notice two people walking up to them, both sporting large grins. Naruto, you do KN. Ow, that Clarice is now definitely going to kill Percy, right? Annabeth asked worriedly, but she didn't give the impression that she was worried since she was still giggling from the prank. Well done, Naruto. As the head counselor for the Hermes cabin, you have our utmost respect. The unnamed boy stated while bowing down respectfully in front of Naruto. But this boy could only be Luke. That is your name, correct? The now named boy nodded. Well, thank you, but I think the bow was little too much, wouldn't you agree? Of course not. Anyone who could prank Clarice likes that, deserves that and more. Luke retorted. He then glanced at Percy and gave him a welcoming wave. You must be Percy. It's an honor to finally meet you. Luke said while also bowing down to Percy. A little too welcoming, are we? Naruto snorted mentally to himself. Oh well, there were worse kinds of people out there. Ahem, yes, that was indeed a good showing, young chap. Mr. D interrupted them while talking in a British accent. Why are you talking British? Annabeth asked politely, but Mr. D rolled his eyes at the question. Annabelle, you are such a party pooper, you know that. This made Annabeth narrow her eyes slightly at the man. Okay everyone, let's calm down. Everyone, meet me in the forest so we can begin our game. Chiron relayed to all the camp members. Everyone cheered with excitement before leaving towards the forest to participate in the weekly game of Capture the Flag. Both Annabeth and Luke nodded before following after. Naruto glanced back at Percy and saw a worried look on his face. Groaning to himself, he walked up to Percy and rested a hand on his left shoulder. Percy, if you stay close to me, then I swear on the river Styx you will not die. Naruto promised, and on cue, a loud sound of thunder could be heard in the sky. I could get used to that. Naruto thought lightly to himself before gesturing Percy to follow him to the forest. He complied, and together they made their way to it. When they finally reached the location, Chiron had everyone circle around him. The rules are the same as always. The creek is the boundary line, the entire forest is fair game, all magic items are allowed. The flags must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. Killing or maiming is not allowed, the punishment. And for breaking this rule is loss of dessert for 1 week, and guards aren't allowed to stand within 10 yards of the flag. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. They were about to start the game until Annabeth noticed both Naruto and Percy were missing a piece of important equipment. Wait everyone, she pleaded, much to many people's annoyance. Percy, Naruto, do you guys have any armor? She asked. Percy was about to say no for the both of them until he noticed Naruto rolling up both his arm sleeves and pants sleeves so that only his bare skin was showing from his legs and forearms. He then noticed that there appeared to be a type of seal inked onto Naruto's skin. Rubbing his forearms with the opposite hands while applying chakra to them, he unsealed his metal forearm protect ors and began proceeding to do the same things with his legs. They also unsealed into leg protectors. Annabeth was amazed at this, but she kept quiet until she knew Naruto was done unsealing all of his armor. Noticing he was missing a chest protector, she raised an eyebrow before asking, Naruto, I think you're missing something. Naruto looked at her puzzled until realization dawned on him when she stared directly at his chest. Right, almost forgot. Thanks, wise girl, Naruto thanked. Without warning though, he lifted his shirt up so that his chiseled chest was exposed to the world. He wrote a lot of oohs and ahs from a specific group of girls from within the large crowd. Even Annabeth was turning red from ogling at his muscular and well-defined chest. Percy simply rolled his eyes at Naruto's odd action. But underneath his shirt there was also a hand-drawn seal on his skin. Performing the same actions he did earlier for the other seals, his seal poofed out a black flakjack onto his chest while Naruto was also holding onto a rather large-looking sword that was sheathed. Nonchalantly, he hung the large-looking sword onto his back. But what really intrigued a lot of people was the mask Naruto was now holding in his right hand. Naruto quickly placed his mask onto his face and looked at the dumbstruck campers. He was wearing a fox-styled porcelain mask that made many demigods intimidated by the menacing-looking mask. But everyone silently agreed that Naruto looked completely badass in his armor. "Nah, Naruto, what kind of armor is that?" Annabeth stuttered out in amazement. Naruto casually began to look up and down his armor before replying back in a cheerful tone, "This is my Anbu armor. It's armor worn for only the elite," Naruto stated. He was getting quite uncomfortable from all the stares that he was receiving before a commanding voice broke through the clearing. "Naruto, is that you?" Turning around, Naruto noticed it was Clarice. She was now cleaned, and had now finally arrived at the clearing. She too was dumbfounded by Naruto's awesome-looking armor. "In the name of Ares, you are the coolest demigod I have ever met," she practically yelled with enthusiasm. She walked directly up to Naruto and scanned his uniformed figure closely. "My warrior boy, aren't you full of surprises?" Clarice stated mostly to herself while still scanning the boy up and down. "Excellent-looking armor there, Naruto. Now Percy, do you, perhaps, have any armor of your own?" Now everyone's attention was diverted from Naruto's to Percy. They were all gazing at him expectantly. They hoped that Percy might have had the same awesome-looking armor Naruto had. Looking down dejectedly, Percy mumbled out a quiet no. Everyone groaned in disappointment, including Chiron W. Ho was also quite curious to see if the boy had anything decent on him. Nodding in understanding, he asked politely to the crowd of demigods if any one of them might have any extra set of armor they were willing to give to him. "I do," a voice was heard from the back of the crowd. The sea of people slowly parted, allowing for Luke to easily walk up to Percy with a leather chest plate and bronze helmet on each of his arms. "They might be a little big, but they should fit you fine until we can get you properly sized," Luke said apologetically. But Percy thanked Luke anyways and took the armor from the boy gratefully. "Now that everything is set up, teams, start at your base until you hear my command to begin." Happy that the game was finally beginning, everyone sprinted to their respective areas. "Naruto, Percy, you two follow me, okay? I'll lead you to the flag," Luke advised the two teams. They both nodded in confirmation when Percy spoke. "What about Annabeth? What is she going to do?" "She'll be fine, Percy. Besides, this whole plan of attack was her idea and she is the daughter of Athena, goddess of war strategies," Luke reassured Percy, much to his relief. "By the power invested in me, you may begin this game," a booming voice commanded throughout the forest that everyone instantly recognized to be Chiron's. "Here we go," Luke cried out while sprinting forward. Naruto and Percy soon followed his lead, and sprinted in his direction. It didn't take long for the three demigods to meet the opposition. However, the opponents they faced were the children of Ares. "Okay, there's only 3 of them. I can handle them. You go capture the flag." Knowing Clarice, she and one of her minions will be waiting patiently for you there, Luke said while beginning to engage with the 3 oversized brutes. It was quickly becoming apparent that Luke was handling himself quite fine by himself. Looking at each other, both Naruto and Percy nodded and swiftly left to capture the flag. When they finally got to a clearing, they could see a creek running through it. Both of them suddenly feeling thirsty, practically dove towards the source of the water and began drinking from it. They were enjoying the cool refreshing taste of the creek until they heard a twig snap. Instinctively, Naruto shoved Percy out of harm's way while a large club smashed the area Percy was recently drinking from. Looking back up, Naruto noticed this man was similar to the other 3 demigods they had encountered. Frowning, Naruto couldn't help but notice a disturbing trend in the Ares cabin. "Are all the Ares males big, dumb brutes like you?" Naruto jabbed at the giant-looking figure who was now narrowing his eyes in anger. "Joke all you want, but last I checked, I know my father," the teenager retort, knowing full well that insult to a demigod's parent was a touchy subject. Now it was Naruto's turn to narrow his eyes. I was going to let you live and make incapacitating you a quick and painless way to go. But now that you have managed to royally piss me off, I think I'll let the gods judge your fate. Naruto threatened before unsheathing his katana. The man raised an eyebrow at the katana, however. They didn't look that special, and being a child of Ares, no regular weapon could harm him. The man then began to laugh madly, much to Naruto's pleasure. Oh, you think this sword is nothing special, do you? Well then, hold still so I can show you how arrogant bastards like you are treated in my world. Haha, what can that puny swear? But his insult was shortly cut off mid-sentence. Looking down at his stomach, a large gash was drawn across it. Blood was now spewing out in all direction. The large teenager barely had any time to form a single coherent thought before blacking out and falling backwards unconscious. It seems your daddy deemed you worthy enough to be kept alive. Naruto muttered out in a disappointed tone while his katana was singing a sharp hum and radiating a blue aura from it. After learning that Ares had affected his home earlier, his thoughts on Ares and any of his sons made the young teenager grimace with disgust. Quickly wiping off the blood from his sword, he realizes that Percy was off in the distance fighting Clarice. Naruto concluded that he should at least referee their little skirmish so that no one would die. He then quickly ran to where the two demigods were fighting fiercely. Oomph! Percy grunted while landing on his back near the edge of the creek. The fight between he and Clarice was going surprisingly well for him until she decided to become serious. From then on, it was no contest. Percy was getting his ass handed to him by Ares's daughter. Get up, you insect! She jeered at him while banging her spear on her shield. Percy groaned in anguish. He was looking at the sky, and realized it was almost as blue as the ocean. Go to the water, a gentle voice urged, tugging at Percy's consciousness to crawl towards the creek. He resisted at first, suspicious of this mysterious voice and power, but he soon relented since he was both too tired to do anything and, that, he began to slowly believe the words the mysterious voice told him. Clarice had a smug look on her face when she saw Percy crawling towards the creek. In her head, she believed that Percy was trying to run away like a coward. When he reached the edge of the water, he rolled himself into the water and submerged his entire body completely. Immediately, he felt a rush of energy pour through him as he jumped up from his prone position. Everyone was now in the clearing, watching the epic fight between the two demigods. Naruto, however, was intrigued by Percy's newfound energy. I think I was right. Ha! Suck it, Annabeth. Naruto grinned mischievously towards Annabeth, who had now noticed Naruto's childish behavior towards her and had frowned slightly at his immature act. Is that all you got, crazy girl? Percy asked mockingly while sporting a large grin and an overinflated ego. Grinning back madly at the thought of a decent fight, she replied back with her own jab, there's a lot more of that where it came from, fish boy. Both demigods then charged at each other and began clashing majestically with each other's blow. Clarice was doing everything textually correct. There was no flaw in her fighting style. Her parries were on time, her stabs were performed perfectly during the most ideal moments of success. Her footwork was flawless in that it could have been compared to a professional dancer's, and even her occasional taunts were obviously affecting the boy. But she just couldn't hit the damn boy. Not even once during their engagement. What the hell is going on? Clarice screamed into her head. Why can't I hit him? She kept repeating to herself until a momentary slip-up on her part created an opening for her opponent. Percy, noticing that Clarice was momentarily distracted, took advantage of the distraction and aimed a left punch into her gut. Widening her eyes in shock, she realized why she couldn't manage to hit the brat. From entering the water, he had actually become faster than before. Clarice then fell forward and soon became sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The people watching their little fight were absolutely silent. That is until a certain blonde-haired boy began cheering and clapping. Soon everyone else followed suit. Percy simply smiled and waved while slowly walking towards the enemy's flag. No one dared oppose a boy who just defeated arguably the strongest demigod in the camp. Grabbing the flag, he triumphantly crossed the river that divided the middle of the forest. Shouting in triumph, everyone on Annabeth's and Luke's team surrounded Percy as he held up the flag proudly. Annabeth, however, needed to finally confirm her suspicions. When Percy was gently placed back onto the ground, she asked him to walk back into the creek. Percy hesitated at first before complying. When he entered the creek, he instantly felt amazing. "Percy, how do you feel?" Annabeth asked. "Incredible, you guys should jump in too," Percy cried out in ecstasy. But he was soon worried when he noticed Annabeth gazing at Chiron with a nervous look. "This is bad, really bad," Annabeth muttered quietly to herself. Percy switched his sights towards Naruto. He was even more bewildered when he noticed that Naruto was in the creek also. He had a contemplating look on his face while his hands were slowly cupping up water towards his chest. Again, everyone's attention was now focused on Naruto's lone figure. This water does feel pretty amazing," Naruto mumbled to himself. Annabeth and Chiron just about fainted from hearing Naruto's similar experience to Percy's. "What's going on?" Percy questioned. This whole scene was getting too weird for him to handle. "Percy," Naruto said, drawing the boy's attention back to him, I think we're the sons of," but Naruto is interrupted by a burst of green light above his head. Not knowing what it is exactly, he looks back at the camp members. Every one of their jaws is on the ground. Annabeth and Chiron look like they are about to pass out at any moment. Clarice, well, she's still unconscious. Naruto then looked at Percy and gasped. He had a hologram of green light in the shape of a trident. There no mistaking who his father was. You are the son of Poseidon, Percy," Naruto willed himself to say. "Naruto, we both are the sons of Poseidon," Percy croaked out in disbelief. Right away, Naruto figured out that his earlier guesses were spot on. Both boys then looked back at the crowd of demigods, and were surprised at the sight of all of them bowing, including Chiron, who now spoke out loud in an official tone. "Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." A chorus soon follows after repeating the same declaration. Once they were done with Percy, it was finally Naruto's turn to be officially claimed and recognized by everyone. "Poseidon, Earthshaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. Hail, Naruto Uzumaki, son of the sea god." A whiskered-faced blonde said out loud while rubbing his right pointer finger on his cheek. His fellow half-brother was also doing the same thing, but instead of rubbing his cheek, he was scratching his chin. In front of them was a cabin with walls created fr. own gray stone with pieces of seashell and coral. The cabin as a whole was low, long and solid, with all the windows facing the sea. Both boys were content with just admiring the cabin in front of them, and were in no rush to go inside. However, their female companion was less patient with their gazing and was getting quite ticked at the two boys' carefree attitude. The girl standing to the right of Naruto, who had flowing blonde hair, had quickly become agitated and, finally, voiced her annoyance to them. "For the love of gods, you two are so much like your father. Stop standing around like TW. awestruck blockheads and go inside already," Annabeth yelled while pulling on her hair unconsciously. When they had arrived at Poseidon's cabin, the boys had uncharacteristically began to stare at the building with immense interest. They had proceeded to stare at the unchanging building for about a good 30 minutes before she lost her patience. "Geez, can't you admire our father's cabin? Considering the fact that you want to be an architect, surely you can enjoy it with us?" the blonde-haired boy asked, still eyeing the cabin critically. "Yeah, it's not every day you see a cabin this well made. Especially one that we are now going to be living in," Percy added while whistling at the beautiful-looking building. "That's the point. Because you guys will be living in this cabin, you'll be able to stare at it as much as you want. And as for being an architect, I prefer a building that can withstand the test of time. A perfect example of this would be the Parthenon. Besides, it doesn't help that this building is associated with Poseidon." Annabeth muttered the last sentence quietly. Percy didn't hear it, but Naruto did and reminded himself to ask her about it later. Sighing in unison, both boys decided that it was high time for them to enter the cabin. Walking up to the door, Naruto gently pushed against it and slowly opened the door. When they were inside, they were welcomed to the sight of walls that glowed like abalone. Several bunk beds, 6 in all, were divided evenly. On both sides of the room, there was exactly 3 of them laid in a line against the wall. A window positioned directly above each bed with the left side's windows showing the sea. The boys then noticed that there was 2 chests in front of 2 beds. Deducing that one of the chests belonged to one of them, both boys carefully began to walk towards their respective chests they guessed. When Naruto got to his chest he noticed a golden nameplate labeled on it. Peering closer to the nameplate, he was a bit shocked when he read his name on it. Realizing his father, Poseidon, must have prepared the cabin for their stay, he nervously unlocked the chest and looked inside. Right away, Naruto found a note laying on top of a pile of clothing. When he picked it up, he quickly read it. Dear Naruto, I know you love your orange outfits, but everyone else, including the gods, find them to be damaging on the eyes. In light of this, I have decided to gift you with some new clothing. Note, they do not have any orange on them. Best of luck on your quest, my son. P.S. There are some trinkets that they put in the chest that I think you will find interesting. Quest. What quest? Naruto thought while gripping the note tighter. His second real contact with his father was a relief for him, but the last sentence in the note was baffling to say in the least. He then noticed the clothing and held them up to be inspected. He quickly understood that the outfit was practically the same one as his current orange and black one, but there were some slight modifications to it, namely the color scheme. Instead of the overabundance of orange on it like his current outfit, this one had a cerulean color replacing it, and yellow replacing the black parts. When he delved deeper in the chest, he found another article of clothing. It was a short-sleeved white coat with black wind patterns along the hemline. All of the clothing were similar if not the same as his, only with different colors. Frowning at the lack of originality, he decided he would change into these new articles of clothing later, specify Kali when no one would be around to watch him change except for his half-brother. Putting down the clothes, Naruto brought his sights back to the inside of the chest and found something that piqued his interest. On the bottom of the chest was a necklace. A blue, spherical-shaped object was centered in the middle of the necklace. Naruto then noticed that it was connected to a golden spherical peak that surrounded it and connected both pieces to the necklace. The center piece, however, could be spun and created a brilliant display of bluish light that emanated from it when he flicked it. He guessed that the jewel must be a sapphire and the surrounding ring around it must therefore be gold. Wondering why his father deemed it necessary for him to wear jewelry, he nevertheless was thankful for it since it would allow him to replace his previous necklace that was destroyed during his fight with pain. Putting it on, he suddenly felt a sense of power emanating from it. It gave off a faint growl before it faded shortly after doing so. Curious as to what this necklace could do, he carefully placed the spherical object in his left hand. Feeling it with his right hand, he was surprised when the jewel was cool to the touch when he rubbed his fingers against it. Whoa, this is so cool. Naruto thought excitedly to himself before letting go of the necklace and letting it rest on his chest. He then realized that he had forgotten about Annabeth and Percy, and quickly changed his attention towards them. A watch? Why did he give me a watch? A clearly confused boy asked while tinkering around with it. It's obviously not just any watch if it was given to you by a god. Here, let me have a look. Annabeth suggested while reaching over to grab the watch that was now on Percy's wrist. When she got a hold of it, she began to inspect it closely. There's a button on the side of it. I wonder what will happen when I press it. She thought out loud before pressing the button. Instantly, a bronze shield spiraled out of it, much to everyone's surprise. Meanwhile, Naruto had now reached the 2 when this happened. That's pretty awesome. It's just like your sword, Naruto stated while sliding his hands across the surface of the shield. The shield had a simple trident design on the front of it, indicating that it was owned by the sea god himself. Both Percy and Annabeth nodded in agreement before Percy pressed the button again, hiding the shield in the form of a wristwatch once again. Annabeth, noticing Naruto's new necklace, walked up to him and grasped it in her hands. Was this inside your chest? She asked innocently. Naruto simply nodded and allowed her to play with the object in her hands. It's so beautiful, she mumbled quietly while still playing with it. Naruto couldn't help but to smirk a little at the girl's truth. Hey, does that necklace have any powers also? Percy asked while inspecting the necklace with Annabeth. Frowning again, Naruto replayed the feeling he got from putting it on earlier. None that I'm aware of, though it did feel empowering when I first put it on my neck. Naruto confessed. Maybe it has passive abilities. Necklaces do seem to have a habit of doing just that, Annabeth suggested. Both boys nodded their heads in agreement about that theory since it did seem to be a very plausible answer. Hey, I was wondering, where is that other boy you were with? Naruto asked, now remembering the missing boy from 2 nights ago. Yeah, where is Grover anyways? I haven't seen him since yesterday when he was giving me a tour around the camp. Percy added on. Both boys now looked at Annabeth expectantly, an action she was sure would be a common occurrence between them. Since Grover is a satyr, he has certain obligations that he must perform. One of his duties being to find and bring demigods back to Camp Half-Blood, which he is currently doing right now. She answered back, much to Naruto's puzzlement. Grover is a what? This made Percy tap Naruto's left shoulder and inform him that a satyr is a half-man and half-goat thing. What? You mean that boy is actually half of a goat? Naruto cried out with disbelief. Again, the proper term for Grover's kind is a satyr. A familiar voice corrected Naruto. Turning his head towards the new voice, he found the voice to belong to a certain centaur. Oh, hey there horseman. Naruto read knowing full well that the name would rouse something out of the centaur. The half-man and half-horse person scowled slightly at the remark. Excuse me, but I've told you before that I am a centaur, not a horseman, child. Chiron huffed before walking up to Percy. As for you, Percy, son of Poseidon, we need to have a little chat regarding previous events. The said boy then became a little nervous from the sudden serious tone. Nodding his head in understanding, he followed Chiron out of the cabin and back to his domain. I wonder what they're going to be talking about, Naruto asked out loud while scratching the back of his head in thought. But Annabeth quickly felt uneasy about the whole situation. She knew very well what Chiron was going to talk to the boy about. Yeah, about that. I think we need to have our own little chat about recent happenings, Annabeth stated while walking towards one of the beds and sitting down in one of them. Naruto was confused by what she meant until he saw her pat an empty spot on the bed right next to her. Shrugging, he did as he was told, and walked over to her and sat beside her. What do you want to talk about, wise girl? This made the girl scowl slightly from the name. Why do you insist on calling me that? Is calling me Annabeth that difficult for you that you have to give me a meaningless nickname? She asked in an irritated voice. I can't help it. Ever since Clarice called you that, I can't control myself from calling you that. Naruto confessed with a grin adorning his face. Annabeth just rolled her eyes and proceeded to change the topic. So, you were the son of Poseidon, she stated simply. Naruto nodded, but was hesitant when he did so. Yeah, but I don't really understand how. Naruto grimaced while scratching his cheek in thought. I mean, yeah. I was claimed and all, but other than that I have absolutely no abilities that could distinguish me as being his son. This statement made Annabeth think once again. She didn't see Naruto do anything with the water that could be compared with Percy's control of it when he was in the girls' bathroom. But she did find something odd when she remembered, specifically, during that afternoon when they were playing capture the flag, that Naruto said something rather peculiar while in the creek. Whenever you were near water before, did you ever feel different? She asked, while looking directly into the boy's eyes. Naruto thought about it before answering back. Not really. Today was the only real time that I've felt anything weird near water, he replied while pursing his lips. Yet, today was the day you were claimed. She whispered mostly to herself with her head down. It was evident that she was still in deep thoughts. She then quickly glanced back up at Naruto. You said you were a soldier in your other world. He nodded in confirmation. So you must have fought near a water source at one time or another. Did you get wounded at all during any of these fights? Naruto rubbed his temples in thought before a certain fight popped into his head. As a ninja I'm almost always getting wounded, but back to your question, yeah, there is one fight that gave me what you would consider as a wound, he admitted before leaning back into the bed in thought. So, what exactly happened? But Annabeth instantly regretted asking that question when she heard Naruto's answer. Using one of his abilities. My opponent stabbed me through the chest and created a hole in it. He replied back casually, which made the girl's eyes widen in shock and disbelief at the boy's lack of emotions towards the event. But how are you alive? No man, even a demigod, could survive a hit like that. She reasoned before Naruto shook his head. True, but I'm not just an ordinary demigod either. I have something inside me that can protect me, he said while standing back up and turning his back towards the now curious girl. What could possibly be inside you that could heal you that quickly? She asked while eyeing the boy closely. But she didn't see the boy's look of pain flash across his face when she asked. I guess the best way of describing it would be calling it a demon. Naruto answered back, his eyes now fully closed. But Annabeth was shocked at the revelation. She couldn't understand how a demon could be living inside the blonde-haired boy. But how? It's complicated, but in short, I was used as a sacrifice in order to save my village and I was the baby forced to be the bearer of it. He replied while unknowingly clenching his hands into fists. She saw this, and knew right away that she had crossed into a touchy subject. Mentally slapping herself at her ignorance, she slowly got up and placed a comforting hand on the now conflicted boy. I'm sorry about asking. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have asked, she said truthfully. Naruto turned his body and was now facing directly in front of Annabeth's. She couldn't read his face, but she knew the look wasn't a happy one. It's not your fault. The issue is a moot point as of now though, he said before continuing, but I think I need some time alone right now. She wanted to ask more about the subject but nodded anyways, fully grasping the current situation, and promptly began to leave the cabin. But before she exited out the door, she turned around one last time and spoke to the saddened boy. Again, I'm sorry about the past. When you feel better, you can meet the rest of us at the dining pavilion that I showed you earlier. She finalized before leaving the boy alone to his thoughts. When he was alone, he began to fiddle with his necklace. He couldn't explain it, but whenever he touched it, he instantly felt a sense of comfort and security that was similar to Thalia's tree emanating from it. How could I possibly be the son of a sea god? I don't even have an affinity for water. So that brings up another question. If I am truly his son, why do I not have any water abilities? Naruto mentally berated himself. It seems you are at crossroads, foolish boy. A demonic voice suddenly spoke, interrupting the boy's thoughts. It's nice of you to finally wake up, stupid fox, Naru. To mentally muttered dryly while taking a seat on a nearby bed. After they had defeated Madara, the nine-tailed fox had decided to go into a short slumber much to Naruto's shock. His reason being that he was no longer vengeful at the world. And was quite at peace with himself. I see you haven't changed much at all. The fox snorted. This made Naruto roll his eyes at the fox's jab. Seriously, it hasn't been that long since you fell asleep. Naruto informed the fox. Maybe, but remember, time means very little to me, the fox countered. As to why I am even speaking right now, I couldn't help but to hear two little birdies chatting quite obnoxiously from outside my domain. You still got problems if you think birds can talk. Naruto joked quietly. I will never get used to your childish ways of thinking, brat. Kurama growled out much to Naruto's amusement. Back to the point. I believe I can help you with your little dilemma revolving around your dad. This made Naruto raise an eyebrow. He definitely did not expect the fox to know anything about his godly father. I'm listening, Kurama, Naruto voiced. This made the Biju grin widely now at having the boy's full attention. Well, when you first fought that Uchiha kid at the Valley of the End, it is true that I did heal you. But, Kurama trailed off, eliciting Naruto to narrow his eyes at the speaker's incomplete thought. But, I was not the only thing that helped keep you alive. This truth made Naruto gasp slightly in surprise. He always believed that it was the fox who solely kept him alive in that fight. What do you mean, Kurama? I am in no mood for riddles, so give it to me straight. Naruto commanded, but the fox merely rolled his eyes at the empty show of dominance. Snorting, he decided to be serious and meet the boy's demands. Did you ever find it strange that whenever I did leak out of your seal that my chakra was an oozy, red liquidy substance? Of course not, you're an idiot. Oh, and you will forever be an idiot no matter how old you get. Naruto was quickly getting irked by Kurama's not so subtle insults of him, as evident by his now rapidly tapping right foot. The fox, realizing Naruto's slowly decreasing sense of patience, went back to speaking in a serious manner. Moving on, I don't know if you would have known this, but my true chakra form more closely resembles that of fire than liquid. Naruto frowned at this piece of information. He was still in the dark about where this conversation was leading him towards. But he did find the truth to be somewhat intriguing. So why is your chakra liquidity? Naruto asked innocently. Before, I would have told you that I didn't have the slightest clue. But now, after coming to this world and learning about all these gods and goddesses, I have made a theory about it. Because in any normal person I would have had fiery chakra, it is now guaranteed that you had a strong, no change that, godly affinity for water before I was sealed into you. This, of course, overrode my natural affinity of fire and changed it into, in essence, boiling water. He growled out, clearly not happy at the memory of losing his affinity. But Naruto was still in deep thought. So, from what I am deducing, every time the seal was weakened, my natural affinity was also being leaked out. Naruto asked expectantly. The fox nodded, and Naruto continued speaking. So when I was stabbed through the chest by Sasuke's Chidori, it was both you and my water ability that healed me. Again, Kurama nodded. If that's the case, then why can't I use any abilities similar to Percy's? This question made the giant fox laugh loudly. I'll answer that question with one of my own. Have you ever even tried to control the water after releasing me? Naruto's mouth absolutely dropped down to the floor. Of course he hadn't tried. How could he if he knew that he didn't have any affinity to water whatsoever? Palming his face, he began to shake his head in disgust while the fox looked at the boy's odd action in amusement. Although, I am still mystified as to why you also have an ungodly affinity to wind, the fox trailed off. Naruto's ear perked up right away from hearing this subtle revelation. He gazed back at the fox intensely before speaking up. Wah what? But that would mean my mom was a goddess. That's impossible, Naruto induced mentally since it seemed logical because his father gave him a strong water affinity. Listen brat, if there's anything I've learned while being stuck with you, it's that the word, impossible, is irrelevant with the both of us. Hirashina lisped while laying back down and resting his head on his two front paws. That is all I currently know, kid, and remember, this is all just a theory. So if you don't mind, I'm going back to sleep. And just like that, Naruto was swiftly kicked out of his mindscape. Naruto now found himself lying on top of his bed. Pulling his hair in frustration, he decided that he had answered enough questions for himself that night. Pulling himself out of the bed, and began changing into his new clothes. Afterwards, he hastily walked towards the door, and promptly slammed it when he left. However, when he closed the door, a subtle breeze of cool air rushed through the now empty cabin and slammed both chests closed. Dining pavilion. When Naruto finally arrived at the pavilion, he noticed Annabeth waving at him and indicating him to sit next to her and Percy. Nodding to her that he understood, he walked towards their bench before a hand halted his progress. Letting his gaze wander up the person's hand and arms, he wasn't surprised at who the person was who stopped him. Yo, how's it going, Clarice? Naruto spoke simply, still not moving from his current position. Warrior boy, I heard you're the son of Poseidon, she stated loudly, which caused the whole area to go silent. This, however, made Naruto narrow his eyes ever so slightly. What of it? Clarice then looked him straight in the eye before breaking out into a large grin. I just wanted to congratulate you on being claimed by one of the 3 most powerful Olympians, she exclaimed while giving Naruto a playful punch to his left shoulder. He wasn't expecting such a powerful punch from her, and had to hide his discomfort in his shoulder while he was rubbing it soothingly with his right hand. Thanks I guess. He hanked while still nursing his sore shoulder. You know, this means that you're going to have to spar with me sooner rather than later, right? She said while slowly reaching back for her spear. What the hell? She hasn't been awake for longer than a few hours, yet she still wants to fight. Naruto inwardly cursed at Ares' influence on his children. Yeah, as much as I would love to fight you, I kinda am not in the mood after the whole, your godly dad happens to be one of the 3 great Olympians. He explained sarcastically while silently praying that he would not have to fight with the war-crazed chick. Very well, You defeated my best warrior with complete ease during the match. Though I do apologize for what he said to you earlier, I believe what you did to him was just and, indeed, warranted. She said while giving him a subtle bow. Easy there, warrior girl, I think you may be getting too soft. Naruto laughed, but immediately after he said those words, Clarice let out a knife from one of her hidden weapons pouches and threw it at Percy, who was currently enjoying a slice of pizza. From Percy's perspective, all he heard was quick swoosh and then a sudden feeling of weightlessness on top of his head. What the hell? He said aloud. Cautiously, he tapped the top of his head, and to his horror, he realized that he was missing a chunk of his hair. Glancing behind him, he soon spotted both Naruto and Clarice laughing their asses off at him. Even Annabeth was trying desperately to hold in her giggles. Having enough of this embarrassing moment, Percy threw his hood up with disdain. Ha ha ha, what was that about me being too soft, warrior boy? Clarice asked in between laughs. Never mind that I said that, Naruto chuckled. Sure, Percy was his half-brother. But Naruto still enjoyed funny gags such as that one. But he was surprised when Clarice then unexpectedly grabbed the collar of his shirt, and pulled his face mere inches from her own. You know, Naruto, I wouldn't mind being a particularly bad girl for you. She cooed, much to Naruto's growing discomfort. He was now flushed and uncomfortable from the girl's words. He couldn't finish. Before Clarice released him from her grasp, she was laughing once again. Wow, I never knew I could have that effect on a guy, especially you, sexy stuff. She whispered flirtatiously while still laughing. By the way, nice clothes. She complimented genuinely. Funny, you're such a tease, warrior girl. Naruto growled out at being teased at in front of everyone. Am I? She winked seductively at him. This quickly made Naruto go red once more, and he decided to just walk away from the girl. Hearing a cat call coming from the direction of the Hermes table, Naruto heard a sudden smack and scream of pain from one of the campers. And she's back to being the warrior girl. He mused quietly to himself. He eventually made it to Annabeth's table, and was puzzled as to why both his friends seemed to be angry at him. Percy, he could understand, but Annabeth, why was she so red all of a sudden? Giving up, he decided that it would be best to just sit down and order something to eat. That's when he realized he didn't know how or where to get the food. But his question was soon answered when a wood nymph appeared out of nowhere and asked him what he wanted to eat. Both people were then surprised by Naruto's odd behavior. His right eye was currently twitching and his mouth was held agape. Anything, he stuttered out slowly, much to his friend's amusement and uneasiness. The wood nymph hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding her head in confirmation. Ramen. I wish to have a huge bowl of ramen. Naruto stated simply, but his voice was strained when he said that. Nodding in understanding, the nymph then clapped her hands and poof. A giant bowl of steaming ramen appeared in front of the now mouthwatering young boy. He was pleasantly surprised to find that there were 2 chopsticks laid neatly beside the bowl. Without waiting, he snatched up them and began diving into his bowl. Percy, Annabeth, and even the nymph were shocked at the appetite of the young boy. He quickly owned his ramen and was about to ask for more before he heard a swirling noise coming from inside his bowl. When he peered back down at his bowl, to his utter amazement, the ramen bowl had been refilled. Thank the gods! Naruto cried out in ecstasy and began crying anime tears while slurping up another bowl of ramen. This humored everyone tremendously from seeing such a powerful demigod acting so childish around a soup dish. When Naruto was finally done with his meal, about 20 bowls worth, he laid back against the bench with a contented sigh escaping his mouth. Annabeth could only shake her head in disbelief before she noticed a certain group of girls walking towards their table. Great, it was only a matter of time before they came to claim him. She muttered quietly with a scowl now evident on her face. Naruto, noticing the group of girls, stared at them with piqued interest. Wow, they are all so pretty, Naruto stated while being struck into a dazed-like state. One of the GIRLs from the group stepped forward while giggling and gave Naruto a bright smile that nearly made Naruto faint from the warmth that it radiated. Hiya there, hot stuff, the girl said cheerfully while giggling at Naruto's helpless state. It was quickly becoming apparent to him that there was something more to their attractiveness that was lulling him into this pathetic state. Damn it, Why did at one simple sentence make my mind turn into mush? Naruto asked himself mentally while trying desperately to break this invisible spell. He was relieved, though, when Annabeth's cold and calculated tone broke him out of his stupor. What do you whores want with Naruto? She asked venomously, but the girls simply waved her away and continued their hat with the boy much to her annoyance. Silence ugly. You have no right to call the daughters of Aphrodite anything but magnificent, the lead girl replied while leaning closer to Naruto's face. Again, it seemed as the girl's simple smile could pierce into his heart. Finding this new feeling taxing on his psyche, he realized enough was enough. Okay, can you please stop being so ridiculously attractive? Naruto gasped out, still dazed by their apparent beauty. The girls giggled at his request, but complied nonetheless. They were still exquisite but not so much that Naruto couldn't talk normally now. Taking a deep breath in, he looked to his right and saw Percy passed out with blood oozing out of his nose. Poor kid, Naruto thought emphatically before switching his gaze at Annabeth. He was unsettled at the sight before him. Instead of her usual steel-colored eyes, they seemed to now take the form of flames, and she was currently glaring daggers at the girls. Gulping, he looked back at the girl in front of him. She was still radiating warmth from her smile towards him. So these are the children of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. If these kids are bad, I don't think I could handle being around their mom no less. He shivered at the thought. Quite the gentleman aren't you? That is so hot, the girl cried out in a sweet feminine tone. Crap, even their stupid voices are affecting me. Naruto inwardly groaned while trying desperately to block out the girlish cries. Enough you wretched sluts. Isn't it apparent that he has no interest in you girls whatsoever? If it wasn't for your damn abilities, he would have done the me thing that he did with Clarice and ran for it. Annabeth cried out, her hatred towards the girls were becoming more and more apparent. But they ignored the girl's remark and simply rolled their yes before the lead girl once again spoke up. I don't know if you knew this, but every new camp member gets a special welcoming gift from the Aphrodite cabin. The girl shrieked with excitement. Naruto could only frown at this. The only other welcoming gift that he had heard about was from the Ares cabin where the children of Ares would dunk the newbies into the girl's toilet. The girl, Notisan, the sudden distress coming across Naruto's face, giggled at his harmless fear. No, silly, unlike the Amazonian bitch, our gift is envied by all. She explained while gradually leaning closer to Naruto's face. He was about to ask what the gift was exactly before his lips were passionately slammed into the said girl's lips and held there for a few moments while his eyes quickly bulged out of his sockets. What? Her lips taste exactly like ramen. He mentally cried out in surprise. Her lips were angelically soft as could be, and her breath was extremely intoxicating. He was resisting the girl's attempt to have her tongue enter his mouth and was slowly losing the will to fight it before the girl's lips were hastily removed from his, courtesy of a now furious blonde-haired beauty. Why can't you girls keep your dirty mouths to yourselves? Annabeth cried out while wrestling the girl to the ground. For not fighting very much, the said girl was putting up a decent fight with the daughter of Athena. Ha! Jealous that I kissed boy wonder over there first. The girl mocked before she was silenced with a mouthful of dirt in her mouth by Annabeth. There, that's how you should clean your mouth, bitch. Annabeth said with a triumphant huff. MMPH. The girl tried to retort but, alas, dirt in her mouth had obstructed her use for words. The other girls were about to swarm in and help their fellow sis-er out before a loud cough drew everyone's attention. A slim, beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes had a look of disappointment shown on her face. What is with all these pretty girls? Naruto cried out mentally before going over to Annabeth and helping her up. Really sisters, you had to try to rape another camp member. I'm completely disgusted with you girls right now. The angry girl said while rubbing her right temple in anguish. The rest of the girls looked down in regret and a few of them muttered out a quiet sorry. Without saying another word, the girl pointed at a nearby cabin and, by some silent command, they all rushed back towards it. The girl then looked back at Naruto and frowned. He was still dazed and, overall, still out of it. The girl then walked up directly in front of him and snapped her finger in front of his eyes. Instantly, Naruto felt normal once again. Sorry about that. My sisters can get a bit eccentric around H and some men like you. She stated apologetically. I'm so rude. My name is Selena Beauregard and I am the daughter of Aphrodite. She said while shrugging in a carefree way. I know what you were thinking when you were around my sisters. They were using a little love magic to influence the way you thought. Hence, why you couldn't speak normally when they talked to you. She explained while getting a nod from Annabeth, who was, surprisingly, acting quite civilized around this girl. Thanks a lot for the help, Selena. Naruto thanked. The girl nodded at this before looking over at the laying figure that was Percy. She get out loud and walked over to the poor boy. She then bent down and whispered something quietly into his ear. Percy immediately sprang up and had a look of absolute terror on his face. This puzzled Naruto since he was curious as to how she woke him up so easily and in that state. What did you say to him? Oh, that. I simply muttered some incantations and, he's back to normal, she answered with a French accent, more or less. Yeah, thanks Selena. If you hadn't arrived things might have gotten messy. Annabeth thanked while wiping the dirt off her clothes. What happened? Percy asked, now getting back to his feet and stretching. Selena rolled her eyes at the foolish boy before reverting her sights back onto Naruto. I better leave before my sisters do something stupid again, she said. Well Naruto, I'm sure I'll see you around, he hummed before running back to her respective cabin. Naruto just dumbly nodded at her disappearing figure before looking back at Annabeth. The girl was still visibly upset and about ready to kill anything. Then a thought abruptly entered his mind. Yo Percy, what did Chiron want to talk to you about? Naruto asked to a now serious-looking boy. I think it would be best if we talked about it on the way back to our cabin. He answered back while motioning for them to follow his lead. Naruto simply shrugged and followed, but Annabeth was quickly anxious about what Percy was going to tell him. But she too followed after them after a few seconds of indecisiveness. But none of them had noticed a pink cloud of smoke from directly behind them. It had originated from a certain goddess of love's table with a bouquet of roses laying elegantly at the spot the goddess had been standing on. On their walk back, Percy was, for the most part, quiet, much to everyone's creeping nervousness. He finally broke the silence when he spoke up suddenly. I was given a quest. He finally said. This, however, struck a chord with Naruto. He suddenly flashed back to when he read his father's note to him. Best of luck on your quest, my son. Did he mean this quest? Naruto thought quietly to himself. He didn't notice that he had stopped walking. And now his two friends were looking at him worriedly. Percy, what exactly is your quest dealing with exactly? Naruto inquired while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. It's quite simple. I have to find and return the Master Bolt to Zeus by the summer solstice. Both Naruto and Annabeth face-palmed themselves at the boy's simple-mindedness. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that stupid statement, fish brains. Annabeth said, now I know you have met the oracle. It is necessary for everybody in order to partake in a quest. Can you tell me exactly what the oracle said to you? Sai had to think for a minute before relaying the prophecy in its whole. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. You shall obtain the legacy of Philoctetes, and only the mortal son of two can wield it. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. You shall also return a part of you back to your creator. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. And you shall help a brother reclaim his lineage. Percy relayed before taking a deep breath in. Naruto was confused by this prophecy. There were so many various meanings for each statement that it completely boggled his mind. But Annabeth wasted no time in theorizing the whole prophecy. Okay, the first line simply states the obvious. If Hades is the prime suspect for stealing Zeus's Master Bolt, we have little to no choice but to venture down into Hades, which so happens to be located in the city of Los Angeles and directly west of our current position. But the god part is perplexing. We won't know until we face him, I guess. Annabeth murmured before continuing with her analysis of the prophecy. The legacy of Philoctetes. I haven't heard that name in quite a while, she trailed off. What exactly is the legacy of Philoctetes? Percy asked questioningly. He had never heard of the name before, but apparently he was an important figure if his name was mentioned in the prophecy. Percy, do you know the name of the only person willing to light Heracles' funeral pyre? Annabeth asked while still in her thinking posture. Heracles who? Percy worded out much to his difficulty. It's Hercules. But Heracles is his true Greek name. Hercules is the Roman name for him. She muttered out with annoyance. Naruto was happy just to watch the interaction between the two. He honestly had no clue about what they were talking about. But as long as one of them understood the prophecy, then he didn't really care all that much then. Okay then, so I'm guessing this guy, Philoctetes, was the man who lit his funeral pyre. She nodded before speaking out again. I might as well move this along since you know little about Greek mythology. At least Naruto has an excuse, but you're just hopeless with it. Annabeth cried out in defeat while throwing her hands into the air. She knew she was overreacting a bit, but it frustrated her to no end that a boy who was given a prophecy wouldn't have understood it without her being there. The legacy of Philoctetes is actually a weapon. Namely, it is called, simply, the bow of Hercules. It was used by the Greeks to win their war at Troy, and it was it that killed Paris and officially ending it. The location of the bow remains a mystery, however, since several stories mention Hercules eventually regaining his bow. But the only person who would know its location would be Apollo. He was the person who first gave the bow to Hercules in order for him to complete his 12 labors. Annabeth then sighed at knowing that obtaining this godly weapon was only half of it. There's also the son of two issue. From inferring what we already know, and that the bow of Hercules is an incredible weapon, I'm guessing the son of two is actually a son of two divine beings. Naruto's eye grew widely at the claim. Wait a minute, Annabeth. Wouldn't being the son of two divine beings make that person a god then? Percy nodded also in agreement with the boy's logic. But Annabeth sighed once more, and rubbed her temple in deep thought. Usually that would be the case, but there are ways for a god to become mortal. I guess the easiest way would be for the god to abstain from drinking ambrosia, the substance that keeps a god immortal. Still, that would take a while and is very unlikely since most gods would be unwilling to just give up their godhood. So the most plausible and likely scenario is that the baby was born mortal from two godly parents. Annabeth concluded while pacing back and forth in an impatient manner. Okay, well, let's just go with that theory and move on to the next statement. Naruto comforted her while also trying to keep progress. Yes, the next part is the returning of items. The first part one understand as being the master bolt. But second is very vague in its explanation. She mumbled while still pacing. Both boys didn't have a clue what it meant either, but decided to think about it later. Okay, so the next part is the betrayal. I think we should skip that one also. Naruto suggested, and both people nodded their head in agreement. So that leaves us with the lineage thing. Naruto finalized while scratching his head in thought. Well, it does state that I helped my brother, so as of right now, I'm going to help you uncover your lineage. Percy stated with a happy tone. Naruto smiled warmly at his half-brother and nodded in thanks for his willingness to help him. So I guess it's true. My mom is indeed a goddess. Still, I wonder how I could have been born mortal. Naruto pondered. He decided to share his sentiment out loud to his friends. Hey, I think I'm the one who is the son of two divine beings. Naruto revealed in front of his friends. Both of them now had a stunned look, and gazed at him expectantly. Obviously, my dad is Poseidon. But my mom, I do not have a clue. But apparently her powers deal with wind. Naruto explained. Percy and Annabeth began to think about all the goddesses who could potentially be his mother. I know several gods dealing with wind, but I can't seem to remember any goddesses who also had abilities dealing with wind. Annabeth said with a sad voice. But Percy shocked everyone, mostly Annabeth since Naruto still didn't know much about Greek mythology. This may sound crazy, but could this goddess have been potentially a Titaness? Percy suggested, much to Annabeth's shock. Well, it's not entirely out of the picture, but I find it difficult to see Poseidon, one of the three most powerful Olympian, being associated with a Titan, no less a Titaness. She whispered out quietly. All these theories and hypotheses were now overloading a certain whiskered-faced blonde's brain. I think we've done enough brainstorming for 1 century, Naruto exclaimed sorely. Annabeth. How many days do we have until the summer solstice? As of tomorrow, 9 days. She answered back. It will also take quite a few days to get to Los Angeles since it's located on the other side of the country. Percy groaned at this. He only had about 9 days to retrieve the bolt and return it back to Mount Olympus, or else the gods would go to war. All right then, we know what to do and where to go. So let's go, Naruto cried out while running in no particular direction. He does know that west is the other way, right? Annabeth asked, appalled at seeing Naruto's abundance of energy for the long quest. Why are you asking me? You're talking to a boy who can barely read a compass. Percy hyperbolized while waving his arms for added effect. But Annabeth rolled her eyes, and began walking towards her cabin. When you get Naruto, I suggest you two pack accordingly and meet me by Thalia's tree tomorrow morning at dawn. Our ride will then drive us into the city, she finalized. Before getting out of earshot of both the boys, she then proceeded to begin praying to her goddess, Athena. Mom, since this quest deals with Hercules, one of your favorite heroes, please give me guidance during this journey that may help us find his bow. Your help would greatly be appreciated. Oh, and one last thing, Annabeth was now blushing profusely when she entered her cabin, much to the dismay of her fellow cabinmates. Can you help me with, boys? Naruto had finally made it back to his cabin after getting lost from his most recent hyperactive moment. He mentally berated himself for allowing such a childish behavior to supersede his more mature self. Shaking his head in irritation, he was surprised when he noticed his cabin door to be ajar. Moving silently towards the opening of the door, he slowly began to peer inside and saw that a faint light was illuminating from the center of the cabin. The source of the light was emanating from a cloaked figure who appeared to be sta. Ring off in no distinguishable direction. But Naruto was very much shocked when the said figure suddenly turned around and pointed a finger directly at him. You, boy, come here now. The voice commanded. The tone of the voice wasn't as threatening as it came out to be, but regardless Naruto did as he was told. Hesitantly, he opened the door and walked towards the mysterious figure with a slight gimp in his stride. While walking, he quickly became aware that his personal chest was completely open and that it could be theorized that the person had gone through his personal belongings that were once held securely inside it. Narrowing his eyes, he mentally strategized about how he should combat this unknown foe. Strange though that my father didn't eradicate this intruder, Naruto mentally thought. He had learned from earlier that day that no one except the children and relatives who were related with their god or goddesses in blood could enter the cabins or else risk being severely punished by the owner of that cabin. However, when Naruto was thinking about this, the figure suddenly pulled back their hood and revealed their face. He was suddenly dumbstruck by the beauty in front of him. In front of him was a beautiful female whose face practically screamed out angelic and could even be considered the pure example of true beauty. Her irises in her eyes were a light hazel sea. Allure, but even more distinguishable were the color of her pupils. They were pure gold. They weren't piercing like the children of Aphrodite's or Annabeth's. Instead, they were comforting and heartwarming to gaze upon. Her hair were also the same color as her pupils. They were flowing locks of gold and, from his opinion, were even more radiant and awe-inspiring than Annabeth's flowing blonde hair. He divine-looking female simply gave Naruto a half-hearted smile before putting back on her stoic face. So, I presume you are Naruto, correct? The boy nodded and realized that he was feeling oddly comfortable around this female all of a sudden. She nodded, and gracefully pulled out 2 items from behind her back, or maybe it was from thin air, Naruto couldn't tell. One of the items was wrapped in a silk-like material while the other items she held were a pair of glasses. What the hell? Why sunglasses? Also, those aren't just any ordinary glasses, they appear to be luxurious branded sunglasses. Naruto stated internally while scratching his head in puzzlement. Interesting, the female noted before stepping forward. She was now directly in front of the boy and offered up the 2 items. Cautious, Naruto grabbed the glasses first before reluctantly grabbing the other item. When he had grabbed the item, he was surprised to hear a slight hum vibrating from it. Perplexed, he looked up at the woman expectantly and saw that she was looking around the room with her still stoic expression on her face. Although, Naruto could swear that he could still sense her gaze still fixed upon his figure. Ridiculing that idea, he went back to unwrapping the mystery item. To his befuddlement, the item was a mini portable fan. Or in his case, a stupid pointless toy. Not to be rude or anything, but Naruto trailed off before continuing. If this is your idea of a joke, it's kinda lame. Naruto admitted while carefully looking over the simple-looking item. He was shocked, however, when he heard a small fit of giggles coming from the previously stoic female. She now graced a small feral grin and was rubbing her forehead while shaking her head slightly at the honest opinion. Okay, it's now becoming really weird, he thought while trying to understand the now calm female. Oh, you poor naive child. I have not heard anything that innocent in many years, she confessed, now sporting her serious face once again. I will forgive you since you are indeed still very much a child in my eyes. But I will tell you this, that fan works very much in the same way that your brother's watch functions. Naruto's eyes went wide at the girl's hint and he hastily pressed the button located near the bottom of the device. It unexpectedly exploded with such blinding light that Naruto was forced to turn away quickly from it. When the light finally died down, he peered back at the item in his hand and was shocked to see a gold-handled tachi instead of the mini portable fan. The blade itself was a bright brass color with a humming sound emanating from it at a now higher frequency. In his hands, it felt absolutely perfect in his grip. It was almost like he was born to wield this weapon. It conformed comfortably into his hands and gave him a sudden burst of energy. But it was a familiar feeling. It felt very much similar to his necklace that he was now adorning around his neck. Unconsciously, he reached his right hand up to it and began rubbing it for comfort. Yet this peculiar action did not go unnoticed by a certain female who was currently standing idly within the room. She had also unknowingly revealed an emotion that she had not yet shown to the boy while watching him closely. If Naruto had glanced back at her at that specific moment, he would have been confused by the look of pride that flickered across her face. Nevertheless, she quickly erased her previous expression and began to play with her fingernails in boredom. Whoa, that's so cool, Naruto exclaimed while swinging his new weapon around with newfound abandonment. A snort was heard which made Naruto divert his attention back to the now bored-looking female. She was still playing with her nails, but a smirk was very much evident on her face. Glad you're enjoying the little gift, she commented. Thanks and all, but I really can't accept this. I mean, I already have a sword, a katana in fact, Naruto stated while unsealing it. The girl's left eyebrow were now raised by the boy's declination. But she answered the boy's statement with a roll of her eyes and gestured for the boy to hand her his katana. Conflicted, he finally handed her his sword. What happened next made the boy cry anime tears. The moment he handed the sword to her, it instantly went up in gold flames. There was absolutely nothing left that LD indicate that a sword was even in her hands now. Gah, my precious sword, how could you? Naruto squealed much to the girl's annoyance. She was now rubbing her tender ear before she replied back to the boy's idiotic question. Your katana would have been worthless in your little quest. Sure, you could channel chakra into it, but it would not be enough to kill the monsters you are inevitably going to have to face in your quest. She explained while walking up to the now level-headed boy and grabbing the blade of his sword. This tachi, however, can more than defeat any monsters you come across. The blade is made up of celestial bronze, metal that can only be used to defeat them. Furthermore, this is not any ordinary celestial weapon either. It is divine and was once wielded by a god. The name of the sword, in fact, is Katabatiko's downhill winds, but for simple translation it is simply named Crosswind. She informed. Naruto then looked down at his new weapon with a newfound admiration for it. A god wielded this weapon? He questioned quietly to himself before asking the female an arbitrary question. So, Poseidon wielded this sword also? This question made her raise an eyebrow though. You may be the son of Poseidon, but that does not necessarily mean that he is the one who offered you this boon. She said quietly. What? Then which god would even think about giving me their personal weapon? Naruto cried out in puzzlement. But the girl closed her eyes and began to ponder to herself about how she would explain to the boy before Naruto's next sentence quickly pulled her out of her thoughts. It is my mom's weapon, isn't it? She nearly choked from hearing the boy's clever guess that it was his mother's. She was even more uncomfortable when she felt the hard stare coming from the whiskered-faced boy. Is it? He questioned with a condescending tone. Coughing to clear her throat, she looked at the boy straight in the eyes before speaking. Interesting, but yes, you right in guessing that it was your mother's weapons. Now it was Naruto's turn to be impacted by the revelation. His eyes went wide at this and he was now gazing at the sword in his hands even more intently than before. So, who was my mother? Naruto asked quietly, still inspecting the sword in his hands. I cannot say. Only your father or mother could tell you, she said while preparing to leave now that her little task was done. So then, who are you? Naruto asked now turning so that his full attention was on her. I want to know your truth and how you are associated with my father. Who me? You really wish to know about my past and involvement with your life? She questioned. He gave her a nod and she sighed with aggravation. Fine, I am nothing more than a once proud being. A shell of my former self. In my heyday I was even more beautiful than the goddess of love, Aphrodite. I was wanted by many and envied by even more. My hubris was that I knew all of this. And in my arrogance, I angered a particular goddess who sought vengeance against me. Before I knew it, I was raped and doomed with the bastard children of their fathers. I lost the will to live, but being immortal, I could not die. So instead, Zeus exiled me and turned me into a stream so that my sorrow and pain could forever flow quietly without interruption. That my foolish little boy is where your father comes in. He being the god of the sea and any source of water soon found me. He sympathized with my plight and offered me freedom from the accursed stream. His only requisite was that I serve him until my pain and anguish had finally faded from the healing only time could offer. Which leads to the reason as to why I am here. Poseidon asked me to carry out a simple task of giving you your mother's sword and she pointed to the sunglasses that Naruto was carrying in his right hand, those sunglasses. She explained while finally being allowed to take a deep breath. Naruto was rubbing his chin in thought. Her background was tragic and her reasons for helping him made sense. But he was still hesitant about the newfound goddess. Fine, say I believe you. What is your name and abilities? Naruto questioned. In the back of his mind, something was telling him that this certain female was even more involved with him than she would have cared to reveal. Names. I have many, but for now you may call me Aura, goddess of breeze. As for my abilities, I can control wind as evident by my title. She stated. She can control wind. Naruto yelled mentally to himself. I thought Annabeth said there were no goddess that she could think of that couldn't control wind. Shaking his head, he concluded that he would have a little chat with her. Now that I believe I have wasted enough time explaining to you about my past history, I think it'd be best if I take my leave now. She bowed and quickly made her way to the cabin door. Naruto nodded and watched her carefully walk to the door. But she stopped abruptly before exiting it. Oh, I almost forgot. Those sunglasses are very much necessary for your quest. She informed. Why do I need sunglasses? Naruto asked, still perplexed by them. But Aura shook her head slowly before replying back. You will know when the time comes. She answered back simply before bowing once again. When she turned her back towards the boy, a lone tear, the beginning of many, was leaking out from her left eye and sliding down her cheek. Be strong, my precious son. Before any more tears could come out and her sadness for him became revealed, her body then dissipated. So that her once physical body was now nothing more than a radiant wind current. She swiftly flowed out of the door and left only a slight breeze wafting as evidence that she was ever there. Naruto was once again left with his thoughts before grabbing his hair in frustration. Why are women so troublesome? Naruto quoted a certain friend of his back home before beginning to grab everything he would need for the long journey that he was partaking in. Near Thalia's tree the next morning. There was a girl situated underneath a rather large pine tree. She had been waiting there for about an hour. Of course, she had gotten to the meeting location an hour early since she was a prompt and proper person. She sighed out loud once again. Overall she had slept fine, but it was the dreams that she had that irked her slightly. Thinking about them, her cheeks turned a slight shade of red. Damn you, Mom. When I asked for help, I wanted advice, not a graphical portrayal of it. She muttered angrily to herself. If she didn't know that her mother happened to be Athena, goddess of wisdom and a maiden goddess no less, quite frankly she would have labeled her mother as a closet pervert. Anyways, her Other sixth sense of help did not help her in any way to figure out her emotion for a certain boy. Why is he just so damn adorable? She argued mentally with herself. She was too preoccupied with caring with her conscious that she didn't notice two boys walking up to her and staring at her with a questioning look. Yo, wise girl, should we start our quest now or should we come back in a little bit? Naruto joked while his half-brother chuckled at Naruto's jab at the girl's obliviousness to them. Annabeth gave a slight yelp before glaring back at the boy who created her whole debacle in the first place. Not funny, Whiskers, she replied back, much to Naruto's surprise of her using his nickname. Whiskers, since when did you find it appropriate to call me that? Naruto asked, genuinely curious since the last time she almost said it, she was reluctant when she did so. Shrugging her shoulders, she answered back, I don't know. Maybe because you think it's okay to call me wise girl that. It is only right that I call you Whiskers. Naruto chuckled slightly before looking around the area charismatically. So, why did we meet here? He asked seriously. Right, this is where we are supposed to meet or ride. Though I am a little suspicious as to why our driver, Argus, and his vehicle are not here at the moment. She shared while tapping her right pointer finger against her chin in a thinking posture. No sooner had she said that, a bright beam of light protruding from the sky encircled a small area in front of them. All of them turned away since the light was blinding and only looked back when the light dulled. Emerging from the smoke, a strange-looking car was parked directly in front of them. What the hell is that? Naruto asked. He had never seen a car before, so the appearance of one was mystifying to him. That's our ride, I guess. Percy answered, much to the dismay of Naruto. What? How can that take us anywhere? It is just a huge hunk of metal, Naruto stated while scanning the foreign vehicle. However, at that moment, a teenage-looking boy wearing a white, sleeveless t-shirt, blue jeans, and loafers stepped out of the car via door. He was wearing sunglasses and was also sporting a large bright grin on his face. Actually, both boys found the grin to be too bright. I beg your pardon, boy. But did you just call my car a huge hunk of metal? The oddly masculine voice asked with a threatening tone. But Naruto was not deterred. Yeah, and you wanna know why? Because it is just that. A large piece of metal that belongs in a trash. Naruto cried out with annoyance. Both his friends slowly crept backwards since they knew this man was no ordinary man, Annabeth specifically knowing who this god was, and prayed silently that their exuberant Frian wouldn't meet his demise from the hands of this god. But to their absolute shock, they were not at all prepared for what the 17-year-old looking teenager would do next. He carefully removed his glasses and everyone could see that both his eyes were glowing bright yellow. These eyes were totally fixated upon the arrogant boy, making him shuffle his feet with nervousness. The boy then marched up to the now shaking boy and jabbed his right pointer finger into the boy's chest firmly. How dare you call Betty a piece of trash, you impudent little boy? Why, I oughta fry you where you stand and be done with you. The man yelled back equally as loud as Naruto had. Betty, you mean that poor excuse for a vehicle actually has a name? Ha 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 ha. Naruto bursted out laughing, much to the other boy's annoyance. His left eye was now twitching with uncontrollable rage. Don't make fun of her name. It was either that or Lucy, and I couldn't go with that name since it didn't quite have the same ring to it as Betty. The boy explained, but Naruto was now rolling on the floor laughing his ass off. Screw your hip ways, the boy roared out before tackling the rolling Naruto and wrestling with him on the ground. The other two people had their jaws dropped onto the ground from what they were watching. It was crazy. A god was acting just as childish as Naruto. What is going on? Percy asked, still stunned by what he was witnessing. But Annabeth quickly recovered and huffed out a frustrated groan. We really shouldn't be this surprised. I mean, come on. He has always acted like a large child. Isn't that right, Apollo? The said man quickly stopped his wrestling with Naruto, whose face was engulfed by the man's hand, and instantly glanced accusingly towards Annabeth. What do you mean a large child? If anyone is a large child, it would be my sis, he retorted. He was about to continue before he received a solid kick to his face which spiraled him into the air a couple feet. Ha, that's for rubbing your grubby hands over my face. Naruto yelled while dusting himself off. When Apollo eventually landed on his feet, he was holding his nose tenderly. Great, I think you just broke my nose. The man muttered. Well, are you going to apologize or do you really want me to force you to? He questioned, but when he did, his whole body began giving off an extremely hot and menacing aura. Naruto, knowing that he should apologize or risk being annihilated, caved in and apologized. Instantly, the atmosphere became more livelier when he dropped the threat and gave everyone his dazzling smile. I was just messing with you, kid. Geez, I would never hurt one of my family members. He assured them while giving Naruto a thumbs up. This in turn made Naruto respond back and give him his own thumbs up, much to the man's amusement. If you're alright, then what happened to Argus? Annabeth voiced with concern. Oh, good old Argus. Hera needed him for some things and I decided that I might as well drive you kids since I had nothing better to do. He explained before opening the doors to his car. Well, don't just stand there, come on in. We've wasted enough daylight as it is. He laughed at his own joke. Everyone nodded and began to enter the car. Seeing that everyone was inside and strapped in, Apollo ignited the car to life and raced off towards their desired location. While in the car, Naruto allowed himself to think over everything that happened last night. It was very much unexpected. Aura. The name kept being repeated in his head. Naruto was so engrossed in his deep thought that he did not hear Annabeth calling his name repeatedly until he felt a gentle bump on his head. Looking back up, he noticed Annabeth looking at him expectantly. Finally, Naruto, I was wondering when you would hear me calling your name. What has gotten you pondering? She asked innocently. Naruto blinked and peeked beyond her and saw Percy staring off through the car's window. Hearing a cough from Annabeth, he sighed and decided to inform her about everything that had happened last night. What? The female who gave you your boon was a goddess? Naruto nodded in confirmation. And her name was Aura. Again, he nodded. Naruto, listen to me carefully when I tell you this. The goddess you met last night is not actually by definition a goddess. She is actually a titaness. Annabeth explained. Naruto merely shrugged at this bit of information, not really understanding where this conversation was leading. I'll give you the quick backstory since you don't seem to realize the implication of this. She groaned while rubbing her forehead in thought. She told Naruto about the history of the Titans and how the Olympians had fought them and imprisoned them in Tartarus. Only the Titans or Titanesses who were not against them could be spared from such fate. But even so, they were not allowed to have children and were watched closely after the war. Do you understand now, Naruto? Annabeth asked. Naruto listened to her lecture but still didn't fully understand the severity of the situation. Before any of them could say anything, Apollo interrupted them while driving. Naruto, who is your father? Naruto, gawking at Apollo, stuttered out his father's name, Poseidon. Very good. Now, who was the female he saved who had been turned into a stream? Naruto replied back by naming Aura. Wow, I think we have a genius amongst our midst. Nothing against the daughter of Athena, but this boy is simply brilliant. Apollo cried out with fake joy. But Annabeth rolled her eyes at the comical man before speaking up. Okay, you can stop with the sarcasm. Just get to the point, she stated patiently. Apollo, understanding that the girl was quickly becoming impatient, sighed before explaining fully to the poor confused boy. What I'm getting at, Naruto, is that Aura is your biological mother. After saying that last sentence, the whole area was completely silent. Only the roar of the Nei could be heard from within the deafening silence. It was like this for a good 10 minutes before Percy broke the silence. Hey, told you so. He smirked while earning himself a glare from Annabeth. Shut up, seaweed brain, she yelled before looking back at Naruto. He was mumbling quietly to himself but she wasn't able to hear it. Naruto, are you going to be alright? She asked worriedly. Why couldn't she have told me? She was right there. Naruto cried out frantically. Annabeth tried desperately to calm him down, but her effort was useless. Look here, Naruto, no one is supposed to know that you're her child. The only reason I know that you are is because of my younger sister. How she knows I don't really know myself. All that I do know is that Artemis and her are very close to one another. Well, actually they were close. Now, I'm not quite sure. he thought while rubbing his chin in thought. Point is, Naruto, you are very much a forbidden child. Not only has Poseidon broken a law about having children, he also broke an ancient law forbidding any titan or titanesses from having children. Because of this, you are in the same danger that Percy is currently in because of him being accused of stealing Zeus's master bolt. You might be in even graver danger since your existence means the breaking of two very absolute laws. Annabeth explained. She was now grabbing her IR and shaking her head with nervousness. Well, you kids are extremely lucky though. It appears only the before-mentioned people know the whole truth about you. Apollo added while whistling a tune. Everyone quickly gave a slight sigh of relief at this information. Even so, the faster you complete this quest, the better your overall chances of still being alive will be much better. Which brings me to another reason why I am helping you guys. A little birdie has told me that you are seeking a certain object of mine that only I can tell you where it is. The god of the sun stated. HMPH, only crazy people talk to birds. Naruto muttered under his breath. But the man heard his remark and gave him a glare. Ignoring that insult, I am more than willing to help you guys. But, he trailed off while leaving the teenagers in thought. We have to do something, don't we? Percy asked for all of them. The god merely nodded before continuing. I'm sad to say that yes, you must do something for me in order to get something from me. He frowned at this logic. If it wasn't for the ancient rule, he would have told them everything they would need. Am I correct in theorizing that your little task for us isn't as easy as we would hope it to be? Annabeth questioned, knowing already the answer she would receive from the sun god. Right as always, Annabeth. Because of the predicament we are currently in, I cannot give you an easier quest since it would either be too far for us to reach in such a short amount of time, or else be entirely impossible for you guys to complete at this time. Apollo said in a regretful tone. Fine, give us your quest. It doesn't matter how hard it is, we will complete it, believe it. Naruto cried out confidently. This made both Annabeth and Percy smile happily at their crazy friend. Apollo also was smiling, but for entirely different reasons. Believe it. That's a cute catchphrase. Apollo noted, much to Naruto's embarrassment. Shish, shut up. It's a bad habit, okay? Apollo waved his hand, showing that he didn't actually care about it. Well, your confidence is admirable. The task I'm about to give you is no easy one. Are you sure you guys still want to go through with this anyways? Everyone nodded in agreement that they had to do this. I'm a dead man either way. At least this path is more heroic, right? Percy stated while scratching his head nervously. If you say so, kid. All right. I, Apollo, god of music, light, truth, prophecy, healing, Archie. For God's sakes, get to the stupid labor. Annabeth screamed in annoyance. Sheesh, this guy really loves the sound of his voice, doesn't he? Naruto mused quietly to himself. Right. I want you kids to kill the Gorgon named Medusa, he finally said. All right, let's kill this monster. Naruto cried out while pumping his fist in anticipation. But when he glanced at his friends, he was surprised to see their faces very pale looking. What's wrong with them now? Naruto thought. Annabeth cocked her head towards the foolish boy and explained to him why they were so pale. Nah, Naruto. Medusa is a monster who can turn you into stone simply by staring at her. Annabeth explained. This newfound information now made Naruto go pale. Fighting something that could turn you into stone would do that to you. What? How the hell can we fight it? Naruto asked, now getting very nervous about the quest. Well, did Nt. Perseus defeat her by looking at his shield? Percy noted. Yeah, but wouldn't you think she would have learned that trick by now? Annabeth added. She was now frowning and resting her chin on her hand. Apollo. What were the alternatives? Naruto asked innocently. Well, one of the other tasks would have been to kill the Hydra. But every time you cut its head off, two more would sprout from it. Apollo nodded in confirmation. This made Naruto gulp even more, since he really didn't think this was any easier. The other labor would have been to kill the Nemean lion whose fur is impenetrable and immune to all weapons with your bare hands. Okay, so, really, killing Medusa seems like the slightly easier task of the three. Naruto thought while frowning at this logic. I guess we'll kill Medusa, I guess. Naruto finalized. Annabeth and Percy nodded slowly, knowing full well that any of these tasks were pretty much suicide. I love your spunk, kid. Because of that, I'm going to Perso. Nally drive you guys to where she is located. Specifically, her current lair is in New Jersey off the main highway in an old garden statuary shop called Auntie M's Gnome Emporium. The god informed them. You were going to drive us there anyways, weren't you? Annabeth muttered dryly. Apollo simply shrugged his shoulder before refocusing his attention on the road. Say, Annabeth, shouldn't we have tea? Old Dionysus that we were going to leave? Percy asked. Annabeth told him that Chiron would have told him about their quest. But while the two were talking, Naruto had noticed that the driver's hands-on the steering wheel clenched even tighter after the mention of their camp director. Curious as to why, he decided to ask him about it. Mr. Sun God, do you not like Mr. D that much? Naruto asked politely. By now both people had stopped their little conversation and were also intrigued by the seemingly harmless question. But the man gave a loud sigh before answering back. Kid, can I ask you a question? Apollo asked Naruto. Not giving the boy a chance to answer, however, he quickly continued on. What if I asked you if you could like a man who had tried to rape many women? Let's be even more specific. Could you like a man who had tried to rape your sister? Suddenly understanding the man's implicit meaning, Naruto quickly felt a pang of guilt shoot through his stomach after hearing this question. Didn't know. Naruto couldn't finish his last sentence in a coherent thought. But the man simply waved away the guilt. It's fine. You wouldn't have known beforehand. Naruto nodded at this, thankful that the god didn't mistaken his ignorance for mockery. If I may, who is your sister anyways? Annabeth palmed her face at this question. It was pretty evident that she thought this was a foolish question. But Apollo didn't hint at this thought when he answered back. My little sis, kid, she is way out of your league. Apollo chuckled at the boy's sudden blush. He knew what the boy meant, but the jokester inside of him couldn't resist. Damn you, I didn't mean it like that. Naruto cried out in embarrassment. But Apollo quickly motioned for the boy to calm down. Fuming for a couple of more seconds, he relented and gave the man his attention once more. My sister is the goddess of hunt. She is none other than Artemis. He exclaimed with pride. But that's not the only thing that makes her incredible. She is also my twin sister. You know what that means. She shares a little of my awesomeness. He chuckled. Naruto rolled his eyes at the eccentric man. He was a little too frenetic for his liking. They all sat in relative silence for the rest of the ride. Only small talk between them was conversed. The sun was now at its peak, indicating that it was noon, and is raised a question that everyone had about it. Putting a hand up, he indicated to them that he very well aware of what their question was about. Relax guys, the job of transporting the sun has been temporarily covered by one of my fellow gods. Hermes to be exact, Apollo stated proudly, much to everyone's surprise. Though I now kind of feel bad about forcing him to do so and recalling a favor he promised me a long time ago. The man grimaced at the prospect of what his fellow god would have to endure for one whole day. Wait a minute, if you're a god, why can't you just, I don't know, teleport us to Medusa's lair? Annabeth cried out. I probably should have mentioned earlier that because none of the gods are supposed to help you with your endeavor, I'm not actually supposed to be here. He trailed off while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Also, because I'm not supposed to be here, I can't really speedily transport you guys, no less teleport you. What, you mean to tell me that traveling with you, we actually traveled slower than if we took another car or bus? Percy screamed, making everyone around him cringe slightly at his loudness. Hey, the information I gave you was invaluable, he countered while trying to preserve what dignity he had left. You haven't told us hardly anything. And you won't tell us anything more until we kill Medusa. Annabeth agreed with Percy. What I don't get is why you didn't tell us beforehand of your quest for us and meet us after we killed her. Annabeth stated her logic. After hearing this logic, the sun god face palmed his face. Of course it would be the daughter of Athena who would ruin his whole day with her logical statements. Whatever, we're almost there. He growled, still very much annoyed at his passengers. 10 minutes quickly passed and the car rolled up to an old-looking building. The building was in tatters and a barely hanging sign had the words Auntie M's Gnome Emporium inscribed on it. Well kids, we are here. So out you guys go. If you didn't know beforehand, I cannot follow you guys in. This is your quest. Everyone nodded in confirmation and began jumping out. Hold on for a minute, Naruto. Apollo Sta. Ted motioning for him to stay in the car. He complied and gave the god his attention. Yeah, what do you want? Naruto asked curiously. Remember earlier when I told you that Artemis told me about you? Naruto frowned before scratching his head in thought. Oh yeah, I remember. Naruto finally said. Apollo simply nodded at this. Right, well, I kinda lied. The reason I know the whole truth is because your father told me. Apollo admitted while playing with his sunglasses. Why would my father tell you? Naruto asked, now very much engrossed with this conversation. Funny, it was only recently I found out. In fact, it was only moments after you were claimed that I decided to talk to your father about you. Everyone else knew about Percy, but no one knew about you, Naruto. This made me curious, as to why Poseidon never mentioned your name to any of the Olympians. When I finally got to talking with your father, he was completely exhausted from the interrogations his fellow Olympians made him go through. It was about that time when Percy received his little prophecy for his quest. Obviously, as a caring father, he wanted to know exactly what the prophecy meant. Exploiting my ability and oath to never lie, I told him its meaning stanza by stanza. And before you ask, I will not reveal any further meanings in the prophecy. It is only for you guys to figure out. Wait, if you can't lie, then how were you able to lie to me now? Naruto questioned accusingly. But the man smirked at the young boy. First off, you didn't even know that I couldn't lie. Secondly, I didn't really lie about my sister knowing of your existence. She isn't 100% sure that you exist, but she's pretty damn close. And lastly, I can lie to mortals. Naruto rolled his eyes from the understanding that he had pretty much wasted his time discussing this point. Anyhow, the line about the legacy of Philoctetes and how only I would have known its current location made your father beg me to help you. I'm no cold-hearted bastard. But I'll admit I was feeling a little lazy to carry out someone's task on a whim. It was then your father made a deal with me. He would reveal the whole truth to me, and in return I would help you in any way possible within my abilities to complete the quest. The man revealed. Naruto currently had an indistinguishable look upon his face that slightly unnerved the sun god. He was nervous when Naruto spoke up to him. Other than showing me how big of an asshole you are, why did you admit this to me in the first place? Naruto asked with anger laced in his tone. Sighing out loud, Apollo knew this would happen. Well, I am sorry for that. I decided to make it up to you. I give you this warning, Naruto Uzumaki, son of Poseidon. When you do enter the state of Colorado, I give you this piece of advice. Stay far away from the forest areas. I may have not been completely honest with you earlier, but I am wholeheartedly serious when I tell you that my sister, who is currently hunting there, would kill you in an instant if she knew you were the child of her once close friend. He warned in a grave tone while looking Naruto directly in the eyes. But a light bulb quickly went off in the young boy's head. Artemis was the particular goddess my mother angered. Naruto suddenly realized. Apollo, noticing the realization dawning upon the boy, nodded quietly to himself. Well, I think it's time you go off and kill Medusa, Apollo shockingly stated in a cheery tone. But it was pretty clear that his new attitude was a facade. Nodding in understanding, Naruto began to climb out of the car. But before he was totally out of it, he was pretty sure he heard Apollo whisper to him a subtle good luck. When he got out of the car, his friends were waiting patiently for him near the entrance to the building. Walking up to them, he was asked the most obvious question from Percy. It wasn't really anything too important. Say, do you guys happen to know where Colorado is? He received hesitant nods from both people. It was clear that they were confused by his question. Oh well, I just have to let you guys know that we should avoid the forest parts in it. Again both still looked confused but shrugged anyways at the odd question. So, do any of you boys have a strategy for killing Medusa? Annabeth asked hopeful. She wasn't surprised when she saw both boys staring at her expectantly. Of course this would be a common occurrence, she told herself mentally. We figured you would have one wise girl, Naruto said while receiving a nod from Percy. Yeah, I mean you are the smartest person in our group, Percy added, making Annabeth rub her forehead in annoyance. That may be true, but it's a lot harder to strategize against a monster who could petrify you into stone with her gaze alone. That narrows down our moves considerably. She huffed while beginning her usual though processing pacing. Both boys decided that it was unfair for only Annabeth to think up a strategy. Why on her own, and began to think up their own. Naruto was quickly getting frustrated with all this thinking, since he honestly did not believe himself to be much of a thinker. Rather, he was a doer and, more importantly, he was good at doing just that. It was then he heard a warm, soothing feminine voice call out to him. Listening intently, he could just barely piece out the words from it. "You will know when the time comes." Instantly Naruto understood that statement. Reaching into his pockets, he pulled out his sunglasses that he had received from his mother from last night. His friends, Annabeth and Percy, noticing the sunglasses, gave the boy a confused look. It was when Naruto put on the sunglasses did his female companion understand what Naruto was thinking. "Naruto, you are a genius." He exclaimed while wrapping Naruto up in a tight embrace. Both people were surprised by her impulsive reaction and quickly separated with slight blushes on each other's cheeks. Percy was still puzzled as to what was going on. "Hey guys. Yeah, can somebody tell me what is going on? Naruto has come up with the best foolproof strategy for defeating Medusa." Annabeth cried out in joy. But Percy still did not understand. He looked back at Naruto, who was grinning with his sunglasses on. Frowning, he pointed at Naruto's glasses before speaking up once again. "How is wearing sunglasses going to help him defeat Medusa? You seaweed brain, these glasses allow me to look at Medusa indirectly." Naruto explained, much to his and Annabeth's aggravation. Oh, I get it," Percy yelled out in final realization. He slapped himself repeatedly at his stupidness while his friends tried feebly to console him. "It's fine, Percy. I guess a lot of people could call themselves stupid for not coming up with a simple solution for such a strenuous task, me especially." Annabeth comforted the frustrated boy. It worked, since the boy now seemed to have lightened up at the acceptable logic. "Yeah, it seems stupidity runs rampantly in our family," Naruto reasoned, much to Annabeth's exasperation and Percy's amusement. "Right, let's go take down Medusa so we can get one step closer to retrieving that bothersome bow," Percy said while getting an affirmative nod from the other two people. Quickly, but carefully, they entered the building. When they entered, they were surprised to see that the inside of the building looked a lot better than the outside. They were even more surprised to see an elderly-looking Middle Eastern woman tending to some plants. She was humming a quiet tune to herself while watering the plants. The trio looked around hastily, trying desperately to find or sense any malice from within the building. "Naruto, are you sure Medusa is here?" Percy asked, now getting frustrated on CE again at the prospect of being at the wrong place. "That's impossible. Why would Apollo bring us here if she wasn't even here in the first place?" Annabeth reasoned. "I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that old lady over there is Medusa," Naruto hypothesized. "What? That old lady can't be her. She seems too happy with flowering plants for her to be a man-killing monster," Percy reasoned also. Frowning at the two boys' pointless statements, she grabbed the collar of Naruto and dragged him so that he was closer to the old lady, and motioned him to socialize with the suspected man-killer. Naruto, taking a deep breath in, pulled out his toy, and slowly began to walk towards the unaware old lady. He stopped for a moment and glanced back at his two friends. They were gazing inconspicuously at some stone figures with their back turned towards him. "Smart, even if I can't get turned to stone, then still can." Naruto turned back at the still working lady and thought quietly about what he was going to do. Compromising that he should at least find out if the lady was Medusa or not, he cautiously poked the back of her shoulder. The lady's body became rigid from his touch, much to his shock. But after a few tense moments, the lady's body relaxed, much to Naruto's relief. Slowly, she turned around so that her body was facing his. Fortunately or unfortunately, a veil was covering the old lady's face when she had turned around. Naruto frowned at this and was conflicted about whether or not he should just tear the veil off and see if it was her. His immature self cried out for him to do so, but his current self told him to be patient and methodical about this. He listened to the latter. "I'm sorry, you scared me a little there, young boy. the lady said while patting her hair. But what caught Naruto's attention was that she had smacked her lips with her tongue when she had said that. Getting quite uncomfortable all of a sudden, he began to feel slightly lightheaded and noticed a strange aura emanating from the lady. What is this? Genjutsu. Naruto guessed in his head. How the hell was the lady using genjutsu? Well, there was only one way to find out, he concluded. He clapped both hands together and began to stop his flow of chakra. Immediately afterwards, he applied an even stronger flow that quickly disrupted his flow of chakra. Instantly, the light-headed feeling faded away. The lady in front of him had a scowl on her face, however. I have never met a man who could resist my spell. The lady hissed in a very inhumanly way. Since you were able to, I will not kill you. Instead, I think I will keep you as a personal piece of art. She said while slowly uncovering her veil. Well, I guess it is make it or break it time. Naruto reminded himself. Either he would be turned into stone or else this would be the easiest task any hero would have partaken in. When she removed her veil, Naruto was disgusted by the sight of her head. Her hair was covered in snakes that were hissing loudly at him. It took all of Naruto's will to even force himself to look lower. But when he did, he was able to see Medusa's face in its entirety without turning into stone. Her face was a sickly pale color. Her eyes were an even more sickening yellow color that resembled vomit more than it did eyes. Naruto's overall impression of her face was that she looked more like a lizard than anything else. What? How are you not turned into stone? Medusa cried out alarmingly, but Naruto ignored her question and pressed the button that was located at the bottom of his portable fan. Blinding light exploded out of it once again, but Naruto was not as affected by it like before thanks mainly to his stylish sunglasses. Medusa, however, was not at all prepared for it and was quickly blinded and disoriented by it. Realizing that this was the best moment to strike, gripped his sword crosswind with both of his hands, and gave an upward cleave at Medusa's head. It gave a quick, slicing sound before the sword completely passed through Medusa's neck. A look of pure shock was present on her face before her head rolled onto the ground. Her body slumping down towards it quickly afterwards. Grimacing at the still very much ugly-looking head, he decided to wrap the head in a bag that he found behind the counter. After placing her head in the bag, he looked back at his friends and realized that they were now facing him with their eyes closed. It's all right now, you can open your eyes, Naruto told them. Slowly, they raised their eyelids and were relieved to see Naruto still very much alive and holding onto a bag that they presume housed Medusa's head inside. But Annabeth felt personally even more jubilant from the sight of seeing Naruto still alive and not a stone figure. Without even thinking, she rushed up to the boy and gave him a heartwarming hug. Naruto, unprepared for this, stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. He looked down at the GIRL hugging him and smiled at the worried girl. It's all right, Annabeth. There was no way I was going to die that way, he reassured her. Glancing quickly at Percy, he saw he too was smiling at him. Please, I could have killed her if I had an extra pair of sunglasses, Percy muttered while still smiling at his brave brother. Naruto ignored the statement and accepted his smile as being enough for him. Annabeth had now stopped hugging Naruto and was gazing longingly into his deep blue cerulean eyes while her cold, piercing steel-colored eyes clashed with his gaze. Wow, your eyes are definitely bluer than the Circassian Sea, she mumbled quietly to herself. Naruto chuckled at that remark and decided that it was only right that he compliment her eyes. Yeah, how about this, wise girl? Your eyes are sharper than any blades that I have ever known. He grinned at her when he saw her cheeks become lightly tinged with pink. Okay, you guys, can we please get out of here? This place is giving me the creeps, Percy whined while trying to look distracted when the two of them were giving each other compliments. Noticing that they were still in a tight embrace, they separated from one another AWKW. Ardley and apologized quietly to one another. Now that we defeated Medusa, how the hell are we supposed to contact Apollo? Naruto asked, now clueless about what to do next. But Annabeth was a couple steps ahead of him. She walked over to a nearby fountain and began to look into it critically. She seemed to have found what she was looking for when her eyes lit up all of a sudden. She plunged her hand into the fountain and pulled out several large golden-looking coins. Aha, I knew I would find some drachmas here, she stated while rubbing the coins in her hands. Drachmas? Both boys asked quizzically. Annabeth explained to them that it was simply the currency of the gods. She also told them that she could create an iris message using the mist from the fountain. Well, here goes, she said aloud before tossing one of the drachmas into it. Oh Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept my offering. Immediately the mist flickered, indicating that the payment was received. Apollo, she commanded simply. Instantly the large, cocky-looking grin upon the sun god could be seen by the trio. He appeared to have been sitting idly on a couch when he was contacted by them. Hey guys, Fr. On receiving this message, I presume you have killed Medusa. Everyone nodded in confirmation, much to the man's delight. Excellent. In that case I will be there, now. The signal suddenly was discon. CTED, and quickly afterwards a honk could be heard from outside. The trio looked at one another in surprise before walking towards the exit of the building. When they left the building, they were pleasantly surprised to see Apollo leaning nonchalantly on the hood of his car. I knew you kids could do this, way to go. The man cheered while giving them all a thumbs up. Yeah, I appreciate your concern for us, but I believe it is your turn to complete your side of the bargain. Naruto questioned with a noticeable tone that did not go unnoticed by his friends. He was still a little upset at Apollo for earlier, but was pretty sure he would forgive the god after the quest. Apollo, still grinning, nodded his head in understanding. Right, well, the location of the bow is currently housed in a certain water park, which is situated in Denver, Colorado. Apollo explained while rubbing his neck in nervousness. What's so special about this water park? Annabeth asked, suspicious as to why the sun god had suddenly become timid of it. What do you mean? There's nothing special about it. It's just a little old, that is all. He explained hastily before opening the door to the car once again. Well, I think it would be best if we were off, wouldn't you agree? Looking at one another, the group nodded in unison and climbed into the car that would take them to Denver, Colorado, and, more importantly, to the location that would lead them to where the legacy of Philoctetes was being housed. Say, Percy, have you ever thought about taking up archery? A smirking teenage-looking boy with sunglasses asked mockingly to an even younger-looking teen with jet black hair. Shut up. The son of Poseidon huffed out. He was currently rubbing his wrists, which were currently as red as a cherry. Damn, I never thought that the bowstring would do more damage to me than to my opponents. Chuckling softly, the sun god carefully snatches up the bow from the boy's hands and dissipates it into golden flakes of dust. Kid, I'm not gonna lie to you. You suck at archery. This earned the ever-so narcissistic god a glare from his younger nephew. This negative action made Apollo hold his hands up in submission. However, there are 3 keys in being a great archer, he states while holding one finger up. Key number 1. Look down the shaft of the arrow all the way down to the field point when you draw and aim your bow. Key numbers 2. Make sure to hold your breath when aiming. This ensures that you're as focused and accurate as possible. And last but not least, at this last tip, the G.O.D. of archery was practically grinning from ear to ear. Key numbers 3. Don't miss. I'm no archery expert, but I think that last tip was pretty obvious, Percy stated blandly. Nevertheless, the elder teen simply patted the boy's head, much to the boy's growing disdain. Oh, don't be like that. How about this? After you complete this suicidal quest, I'll get you some vambraces so your poor, precious little wrists won't be sore anymore. Okay little kiddo. Apollo said cutely, namely saying sore childishly. That's it. You're so going to eat shit and die. The now fed up boy shouted before tackling his much older cousin to the ground, who was still laughing throughout the whole tantrum. Percy had spent the last hour listening and taking the god's ridicule and mockery before he finally had enough of it. 2 onlookers, who were watching from afar underneath an oak tree, were shaking their heads with mild disapproval. The crew had decided to a break from the long car ride. Currently, they were in Springfield, Illinois, and it would take them 14 more hours before they got to Denver, Colorado. I wonder what Apollo said to Percy to set him off. A bored-looking whiskered-haired Ian asked to a younger-looking blonde-haired girl who was currently sporting a Yankees cap and reading what appeared to be a book on architecture. Glancing up quickly in order to see what was going on, she quickly diverted her attention back to more important tasks, which was reading her book. Those lithios, let them be, she stated boredly while flipping the current page in her book to the next page. What the hell is a lith moron? Wait, how did I know what that meant? Frowning, the boy then decided to take a closer look at the book she was reading. To his amazement, the words then began to scramble in different positions until, finally, the words were legible to him. Whoa, you're reading Architecture of Greece, huh? Naruto asked mostly to himself. The girl suddenly paused her adding mid-read and turned the book over so she was able to read the title as well. She then looked up and gave the boy a curious look. Naruto, since when did you learn to read Greek? She asked questioningly. Shrugging, he said, I don't know, I guess I've never really thought or tried to read Greek up until now. Annabeth answered back with a blank look much to his immediate confusion. Anything else that I might not know about you that you might want to share with me? She asked with great patience. Rubbing his chin in thought, Naruto began to think deeply before responding. I don't like ghosts. That's fascinating. Remind me not to hire you for any ghost-busting gigs in the future then. She responded back sarcastically. Sheesh, both you boys must have some kelp in your brains. She mumbled the last part under her breath. Okay, I think it's high time for some explanations from you, wise girl. Naruto replied back while crossing his arms. Same goes for you, Naruto. The daughter of Athena countered seriously. Her book now closed and laid carefully on the ground next to her. I'll go first, Whiskers. Who the hell is Sasuke? Naruto's eyes had started to squint so much that they could now be considered slits. Annabeth was getting somewhat uncomfortable from Naruto's reaction but steeled herself to continue with her quest for answers. In your sleep, all you kept saying was, I have to save you, Sasuke. Naruto, still clearly perturbed by the question, looked away towards the now rising sun before taking a large breath in and closing his eyes. Sasuke was a friend who I couldn't save from dying. Oh, I'm so sorry. Annabeth apologized sympathetically. She quietly cursed herself for being so nosy about other people's business. It's fine, Naruto finalized before looking back at the now regretful-looking girl. Back at the cabin, you said something about not wanting to be a part of anything to do with Poseidon. What did you mean by that? This made the girl look at the boy with raised eyebrows. She then blinked rapidly before seeming to realize that he was never born or raised in her universe. Right. Well, in Greek mythology both my mother Athena and your dad Poseidon always competed with one another. For example, the Greek city of Athens. The winner of the competition would have the city named after them. As the name hints, my mom Athena won the competition by giving the people of Athens an olive tree. Annabeth explained much to Naruto's growing curiosity. So, what did my dad give the people of Athens? He gave them an overabundance of saltwater. Simply put, he gave them a flood. She giggled slightly at her definition of Poseidon's gift. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. I think that's the coolest thing ever. Naruto exclaimed with one of his hands pumping in the air. Only you would think that's awesome. She stated sardonically. You really are his son. So states the phrase, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wow, that's very insightful, wise girl. You're like a walking book of awesomeness. This made the blonde-haired teen roll her eyes at the boy's use of expressive adjectives. Sometimes the boy was just too much of an enigma for even her to decipher. Hate to interrupt you lovebirds, but it's about Sunhigh we got back on the road again. Both teens looked for the source of the voice and spotted to their left the sun god grinning at them with both his fists clenched together in a lovey-dovey manner. HMPH, only crazy people talk to birds. Naruto retorted while sporting his own feral grin. Tisk, you and your damn bird comebacks. Can't you say any other insults, kid? I thought the god of the sun would be brighter. Naruto stated with obvious further meaning to it while winking at the clearly now irritated god. You know what? With some wise teachings and lessons from me, you could become my next predecessor in being awesome in a couple millenniums. Apollo offered while suddenly thinking to himself quietly. Sorry, but the only god I want to proceed is my dad. He could kick your ass all the way back to MT. Olympus. The boy nodded at his own remark while everyone smiled warmly at him for his appreciation towards his dad. Apollo's smile being the brightest and warmest. Okay kids, it's seriously time to go. So, everyone, hop into Betty. This order from the god made all the nearby demigods low. Okay at the eccentric man in front of them with a strange stare. And the stares never left eye contact with him even when they were getting into the car. The stared-at man then turned around and walked towards the driver's door before pausing suddenly in mid-realization. Wait, everyone hop into Betty. That didn't come out right, damn it. He growled out at his personification of his Maserati before slamming the door shut and putting the pedal to metal much to everyone's surprise and shock. At a diner. They had been driving for 10 straight hours before succumbing to a very common human need, food. Namely, Percy's growling stomach much to everyone's nuisance and humor. Apollo had no problem pulling over since, surprisingly enough, he was hungry as well, go figure. Now the four of them found themselves currently sitting in a booth at the diner with awkward-looking expressions gracing their faces. Naruto's face was the most awkward since none of the food on menu was ramen. Let me get this straight, you have no money. Annabeth repeated quietly to the aforementioned god. Apollo sadly nodded his head in affirmation in the same way a guilty puppy would nod in shame for peeing on a carpet. Like I said, I'm not supposed to help you kids on your quest. I'm barely able to drive you kids to your destined location as it is, but that's all I'm really good for though. He stated dejectedly, his head lowering even further in shame. Great, and I could go for a triple cheeseburger right now, Percy complained, his stomach gurgling in agreement. Soon everyone's stomachs began growling in agreement much to their contempt. However, right after their little group session, a loud and very noticeable biker pulled up directly in front of the diner. The biker, riding a Harley-Davidson PPER motorcycle with a flame pattern paint job, wore black jeans, combat boots, a leather duster, and a muscular shirt the group noticed after finally getting a good look at the stranger. The man then confidently strolled into the diner at a leisurely pace, completely oblivious to the frightened stares from the diner patrons. He then swiveled his head to the left and quickly spotted the group and began to walk towards them the same way he walked in. Everyone who was in his way quickly got out of his way or made a beeline to the bathroom. Annabeth felt daunted and intimidated by the new guest. But Naruto and Percy were also feeling similar emotions. However, there was another emotion overriding their fear of the man. And that feeling was absolute hatred for the said man. Both boys could contain the desire to start a fight. It was almost like the desire stemmed from the man. No, it couldn't have come from the man, he was only human, right? Hey there, punks. The man greeted them, before pulling a chair over and taking a seat, obviously not caring if he was welcome to join them or not. And with a dismissive hand wave, everybody in the diner went on his or her merry way. No had he joined them did the waiter blink from her catatonic state and continue her scolding of Apollo for being a terrible father figure. It's fine lady, unlike my half-brother over there, I'm responsible. He sneered. This made Apollo smile back at the stranger's insult. The smile, though, was not as bright as it usually was for anyone else. This response only made the man sneer even more devishly before he pointed the waitress back to the kitchen. She then stiffly spun around and robotically marched back into the kitchen. You know, it's because of douchebags like you that you give saints like me a bad representative. Apollo remarked while grinning slightly. You ain't a saint, I can tell you that. The sun god then stared at the man in an eerie silence for several tense moments before suddenly yawning in boredom and finding great interest in the world outside of the diner. Smirking at his apparent victory, the said man then removed his sunglasses. His eyes surprisingly did not contain EY's but rather fire that is more reminiscent of a miniature nuclear bomb. Those soulless-looking eyes then peered directly at Percy, who was growing more and more agitated the longer he stared back at the man. So, you're the kid who beat Clarice, The man asked, his vicious-looking sneers seemingly never disappearing from his scarred-looking face. Yeah, she had it coming. Karma's a bitch, Percy answered back menacingly. But the rude comment only made the man chuckle slightly. Yes, she certainly did deserve it. I honestly don't care. I don't fight my children's fights, regardless of if they are of my blood. The man revealed. He then turned his head so he was now staring at the boy next to him, namely Naruto. You, to so easily defeat one of my sons is pretty damn impressive onto itself. Your compliment means nothing to me, Ares. Naruto quickly dismissed the god of war's weak attempt at a flattery. Before the god of war could respond back, the waitress returned with a heaping tray of delicious goodies. Grumbling quietly to himself, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a few gold drachmas and handed them to the very nervous-looking waitress. But, these aren't. He interrupted her sentence by staring back at the waitress in the eyes with his own. She could vividly see the empty eye sockets and the menacing flame ignited in them. Gulping, she quickly scurried away. No words were needed for her to know that this man was not to be trifled with for any reason at all. Grinning at the woman's cowardice, he slowly glanced back at the group of people in front of him. Apollo had watched the exchange between the god of war and the waitress and was now sporting a humorless grin. Geez, don't you know we're in a recession? We both know gold drachmas won't count for anything in the human economy. What if the woman has 5 children to feed when she gets home? Or even worse, she goes back home to an abusive relationship. Oh, the horror, he theorized dramatically. Ares simply rolled his eyes. I mean his sockets at his cousin's ludicrous imaginations. You can't do that, both Naruto and Percy said in unison while glaring daggers at the menacing-looking man. Tough shit, punks. Besides, it's too much fun not to do that in this country. Sigh, I miss Sparta. So, why are you here? Annabeth interrupted the testosterone-filled argument between the male companies. Ares glanced in her direction. His sneer still very prevalent. I heard from a little birdie you juvenile delinquents were going to a water park in Denver, Colorado. Only CRA. I swear to Zeus, if you finish that insult. So God help me. Apollo vehemently warned while giving Naruto his most serious look. Naruto, quite disappointed that he couldn't make the god of war look like a schizophrenic dimwit, mumbled quietly to himself about how people just didn't seem to have a sense of humor. Anyhow, I thought, hell, I could give you kids a quest since you're going to the same location for the quest anyways. Ares explained while flexing his biceps for no apparent reason. I'd rather live in a desert than accept your quest. Percy spat out with as much disdain as he could muster up. Careful kid, I can make that into a reality. The man threatened while gritting his teeth. Peesh, I'd rather give up ramen than participate in your stupid little quest. Everyone, including Ares, turned and gave the blonde-haired boy an odd look. Are you special or something, kid? Ares asked incredulously, much to everyone's slight chuckle at the comment. Of course I am. I'm the most special kid in the universe. Naruto exclaimed with intense passion while giving his thumbs up to everyone. It was obvious to everyone that Naruto did not fully understand the derogative meaning behind the word, special. Hey, only I can insult my little cousin like that, you big bully. Apollo argued while grabbing Naruto's hand and clutching them in his own hands. Don't listen to the haters, you will always be special to me, kid. He stated with equal passion Naruto had earlier. Thanks. Naruto responded back awkwardly. Okay, can one of you accept my quest before this boy's idiocy becomes infectious? Yes, we accept your quest. What is it you wish us to do? Annabeth quickly answered back. She didn't know how much longer the god of war could take before he snapped. Nothing too difficult, Ares began, much to the ire of 2 boys. I left my shield at an old abandoned water park during a date, and I want you twerps to retrieve it back for me. Why don't you get it yourself? Naruto snorted out loud. As a god, I don't have time for such insignificant tasks. Why don't you go to hell? Percy added on, you'll have plenty of time down there. Kid, I could obliterate you right now. Then why don't you? Or are you too scared? Like when you were scared off in the water park. Ooh, those cupids sure are scary. He raised both hands and wiggled his fingers in a scary motion. At this point, Ares's eyes were pretty much flaring out of their sockets. Yeah, the god of war was pissed. Okay, we'll get onto it, Ares. Annabeth agreed for the group. She was desperately trying to mediate between both sides. She was failing epically, unfortunately. Fine, I guess you really want to know more about your precious mommy then. This little comment quickly made Percy's ears perk up immediately. You know something about my mom? Percy exclaimed in sheer surprise. Yep, Do this quest and I will tell you a little something about what happened to her." And with that closing tantalizing offer, the god of war got up and walked out of the cabin. His motorcycle roared to life and then quickly sped off into the distance. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm stuffed. I think it's best we leave now," Apollo suddenly announced while patting his stomach. Everyone looked down at their plates and quickly saw that it was completely empty of any food. Luckily for them, after meeting Ares, they were not even the slightest bit hungry anymore. "Whatever, let's just go to the stupid water park, find the stupid bow, pick up Ares's stupider shield, and go to the underworld," Percy concluded while getting up and leaving for the car. Everyone soon followed suit and were now in the car. "Annabeth, what did Ares mean by special?" Naruto asked innocently. "It means you are stupid," Apollo answered, simply for Annabeth since she was thinking up a way of defining it for him in a nicer way. "That crazy, bird-talking asshole," Naruto cried out in anger. "Agreed," everyone said in unison before the CAR jutted off towards their desired destination, Denver, Colorado. A couple hours had passed after their meeting with the god of war and there was little to no conversations occurring, albeit some small talk here and there. Apollo had been surprisingly quiet throughout the ride, even when a couple of Porsche cars passed them and honked obnoxiously while doing so. The sun was once again beginning to set as noted by a certain half-blood who was content with gazing at the serene scene in order to calm his emotions. Namely, the emotion he was desperately trying to curb being anger. Throughout his meeting with Ares, Naruto had to use all his energy in an effort to prevent himself from outright attacking the despicable being. This made the frustrated boy sigh in contemplation while scratching his whiskers for comfort. "You're still thinking about Ares, aren't you?" a feminine voice asked inquisitively. Not needing to look at the person who asked, Naruto merely nodded at her accurate claim. Annabeth grimaced slightly before closing her book she had been reading throughout their entire trip. "It's not healthy to bottle up your emotions, Naruto," she urged while tilting her head slightly she could get a better look at Naruto's face. His face was scrunched and creased, which clearly indicated that he was stressed and in deep thought. "I know, it's just, I thought I was done with this constant cycle of hatred. I thought this world would be different, but I was clearly wrong," Naruto stated vaguely. "Yeah, it only gets worse though. After being discovered, monsters will continue to hunt for you for the rest of your life," Annabeth added on regretfully. Shrugging, Naruto explains that the monsters are nothing but nuisances to him in the whole grand schemes of things. But his lack of danger and careless response quickly annoyed the gray-eyed girl. "Just because you're the son of one of the big three, it doesn't mean that simple problems like monsters aren't debilitating issues for others," she scolded Naruto coldly, much to his surprise since he was not expecting that kind of response from her. Thinking quietly to himself, he immediately realized that the issue with monsters was a personal thing with her. "In light of everything that has been revealed and talked about, how come I've never heard about your personal life? Percy has at least told me that he was a GGLING school student with hyperactivity up the wazoo before it was revealed to him that he was a demigod. And I've already told you more than I needed to about my past, also," Naruto said while giving the girl seated next to him an imploring stare. Her response was not immediate, and it took a couple of moments before her steel-colored eyes glanced up to clash with the boy's cerulean-colored eyes. "That's because I've never really had a childhood. My dad is a professor at West Point and teaches American history. He's never wanted to raise me, and only did so because Athena sternly told him that gods could not raise a mortal. It was clear to see that he valued his work above raising me. Because of this, I ran away. I've only talked to him a few times since then with letters." Now it was girl's turn to be upset, as evidenced by the way she curled her lips and clenched her fists. "I've tried to live with him one summer ago, but because I'm the daughter of an Olympian, I tend to attract a horde of monsters wherever I live. So, I am a full-time camp member," she explained while pulling out a beaded necklace from her neck. "I have 5 beads so far. Like I explained earlier, I ran away and I was only 12 years old at the time. Each bead represents one summer at Camp Half-Blood." Nodding, the listening boy couldn't help but to respect the girl even more after hearing about the struggles she had to go through in her childhood. Struggles that could be argued were as bad or even worse than his childhood. "I'm sorry, I didn't know your life was so hard," he apologized emphatically. But Annabeth simply shook her head before gracing him with a genuine, warm smile. "All demigods go through the same hardships, but it's because of Camp Half-Blood that we are all able to be ourselves and to truly be happy. And that's why I don't have any regrets." Regrets? Boy, do I have a ton of those, Naruto thought sullenly. It would be easy for him to simply shrug away his previous mistakes. But it wouldn't have been the right thing to do. Hearing Percy sleep talk again, both people couldn't help but to grimace at the poor boy. It was clear he was having a nightmare, and a very bad one at that. "I think after we get the bow, we should talk to him about these nightmares," Naruto offered to Annabeth, to which she readily agreed to do it. "Okay, lady and gents, we're about 2 hours away from our destined location. I suggest you guys wake up Sleepy back there and get your heads in gear," Apollo shouted over his shoulder before accelerating once again. Sighing, both teams decide to do rock paper scissors in order to decide who would wake the heavy sleeper up. Ready, rock, paper, scissors. Rock, scissors. Fine, I'll wake him up. Naruto relented, much to the girl's joy. "Hey, Percy, it's time to wake up. We're almost there, buddy," Naruto said while slapping the boy repeatedly in the face with no abandonment. The girl, watching this unusual wake-up method, could only face-palm herself at the boy's odd method of waking up. What's going on? And why does my cheeks burn all of a sudden?" Percy groggily asked while rubbing both his cheeks gingerly. "Yo, we're about 2 hours away from our destination," the blonde-haired boy informed. "So, why couldn't you have woken me up at least an hour before we got there then?" the half-awake teen asked irritably while yawning and stretching his arms out. "Because we're now currently in their domain," the sun god stated vaguely yet seriously. "Who do you mean by they?" Both Naruto and Annabeth had a chilling feeling about what Apollo meant. But it was Annabeth who confirmed it. "Artemis and her hunters are hunting around in this area, specifically, the forested areas of Colorado. Right as always, sunshine. And because of Naruto's birth mother, it would probably be in our best interest to keep an eye out for either my sis or her underlings," he further clarified while getting nods of understanding from his passengers. "Though, if it comes down to it, I could probably persuade her hunters to let us go." Apollo was smirking at this sentiment while Annabeth simply rolled her eyes at the flirt. "Well, in the meantime, I hear country music is popular these days," Apollo stated before changing the station to a country one, and blaring the volume up. What is this music?" Naruto implored while deciding on whether or not he liked it or not. "Unintelligent, everyday, logical observations that so happen to rhyme in places," Annabeth answered coldly. She now had her nose buried in her book once again, and was doing her best to not to cringe from the distractingly loud music. I'm never going to be able to fall back to sleep now," Percy complained while resting his head next to the window. I see country music isn't a hit with you guys. How about we try rap next? Your generation seems to like fast talkers without sense, right?" the sun god suggested. "No, just turn it off, everyone," he exclaimed, much to the god's dislike, as he did as requested and turned the radio off gingerly. "I just remembered something. Wasn't Ares dating Aphrodite?" Percy asked out of nowhere. "He is still dating her," Annabeth corrected him, still reading her book without looking up. "Actually, yes, they are dating, but, rumor has it, there's been a growing rift between the two of them and that Aphrodite might call it quits between them since she caught him sleeping with a wood nymph recently," Apollo clarified while playing with his sunglasses. "I hope it's true, because a goddess of love sounds very much like my cup of tea. A hot, passionate brimmed cup of boiling ambrosia," he trailed off while beginning to drool, obviously getting lost in his perverted daydream. "I've met her children and they were irresistible. Imagine if I met their mother," Naruto theorized, much to his horror. It would be painstakingly tortuous for him to defy the lust for her by merely being in her presence. "I've never met the goddess. But if she's anything like her children, she's probably the biggest slut in the history of the universe," Annabeth hyperbolized, her goddess blood of Athena burning with intense dislike for the rowdy goddess. "Those are just common misnomers. She's actually a swell, respectable, and caring woman." the divine driver announced before transitioning to a more important topic. Anyways, just keep looking out for my sis and her servants and I'll get you kids to the water park in no time flat. Again, the three demigods nodded in agreement, and carefully watched outside the window for any signs of the goddess of the hunt in silence for the duration of the trip. Waterland pulling up right outside the main gate, which was padlocked and topped with barbed wires, there was a sig. And that was only legible enough to read, "What rad?" The place was old and decrepit and overall kind of depressing. Old water slides and various other water rides were dry and worn out, and pieces of RCH meant were floating around the water park with no sense of direction. It also didn't help that it was night out also, which only added on to the effect that the water park was spooky and eerie. Well folks, we're finally here. So you kids know the drill. Find Ares's shield, find the bow, and then come back to this spot so then we can continue heading west to the underworld. Everyone nodded in standing before exiting the car and walking up to the locked gate. I guess we should start climbing over this, Percy stated before grasping one of the metal bars for grip and beginning his ascent up and over the fairly tall gate. Annabeth quickly followed suit, and when she pulled her right leg over the hedge, her body was completely turned so that she noticed Naruto was not behind them or below them. Yo, if you two could hurry it up a bit, that would be nice. A familiar voice called to them. Looking behind her shoulder, she was surprised to see Naruto leaning against a bench and watching them climb down the gate with a bored-looking expression on his face. Soon after, both people made it down the fence and regrouped with the patiently waiting boy who was now looking in all directions at all the possible rides in the water park. Man, if this place wasn't abandoned and we weren't on a quest, I'd have loved to come here someday for fun. Naruto whistled. Maybe next time, Whiskers. But for now, let's go look for the two items. Both boys nodded in agreement and quickly walked towards the more secluded area of the water park. They eventually made it to an empty pool surrounded by a dozen of bronze statues of Cupid. There was also a sign above it that named the ride, the Thrill Ride O Love. In the middle of the pool, there was a pink and white two-seater boat with little hearts painted all over it. And in it was Ares's shield, which was a polished circle of bronze. Huh, so that's his shield? Percy asked to no one in particular. He then scanned the surrounding area and to his befuddlement, nothing seemed to be odd or out of place. This is going to be easy, too easy, he trailed off. While Percy was doing this, Annabeth decided to take a closer look at a particular Cupid statue. This statue drew her attention because unlike its fellow statues, this one was made up of pure gold, and, more importantly, the bow that it had drawn was completely different than the others. The composite bow was made up of entirely bronze, its bowstring also being made out bronze. Naruto, I think you should come over here. Annabeth yelled out, gaining the attention of the said boy. Quickly, he rushed over to her position and was about to ask what she needed him for before noticing the unique bow. Instantly, he knew this bow was completely different than the other bows we led by the many cupids surrounding the pool. So this must be the legacy of Philoctetes, Naruto stated while inferring that it was simply the bow of Hercules. This is too easy though. At this point, each member of the group was on edge. It was clear to each one of them that something was not right, and obtaining these mystical items would never be this easy, at least, they hope it might be. Well, at least try to take off I guess then. Annabeth urged, to which Naruto hesitantly complied to and slowly laid his hands on the bow. To his utter surprise, the bow was very warm to the touch and vibrating a low hum. The bowstring was whistling a low tune as well. Grasping the bow with both hands, he glanced quickly at the Cupid to make sure that nothing weird would happen. The Cupid Ned completely still and was gazing off into the distance like before. Seeing that nothing had changed, he gave a slight oomph, and the bow came cleanly off the hands of the Cupid. Again, nothing happened during this action or after. Now looking at the bow in his hand, a faint light emanated from it before it took hold and drowned the bow in its light. After the light began to fade, what was once a bow, now there was a flashlight. So this bow is enchanted as well. Can't say I'm surprised. Annabeth voiced her thoughts while tugging at her hair gently. I don't get this, it should not be this easy. Hey guys, yeah, I'm going to get the shield now so we can get the hell out of here. Percy yelled. Without the two people noticing, he was able to get down to the middle of the pool and was a couple feet from the love boat. It was then that Annabeth noticed a carved lettering along the base of the cupid. She then crouched down and ran her fingers along the carved lettering. A Greek letter is carved into it. She mumbled quietly to herself before continuing her thought process out loud. Ada, Ada, wait a minute. Ada is translated into H. But why just an H? Unless that is a person's signature. And like a wave crashing into a rocky shoreline, realization dawned on her forcefully. Percy, wait, don't touch the shield. Annabeth desperately cried out to the boy who had already begun to reach out for the shield. Huh, why? He asked mere centimeters from the shield now. But it was too late. He had activated the tripwire when he had reached out for the shield. There was a sudden explosion in noise. And all the cupid statues began to fire at across each other while silky cables trailed the arrows, weaving into each other and creating a very large net. It was then that Annabeth knew what was going on. This whole thing was a trap set up by Hephaestus. The point wasn't to prevent us from getting to the shield. It was to trap us, actually Ares and Aphrodite, and to us. How this embarrassment to all the gods in Olympus. And sure enough, after she said that, the cupids' heads popped open, revealing video cameras to record the entire scene. Live to Olympus in 1 minute, 59 seconds. 58. A loudspeaker boomed, much to everyone's growing sense of foreboding. Great, we should have known that Hephaestus would set up a trap here. That's why Ares was too scared to come here, and also as to why they left in such a hurry. Annabeth finalized while trying frantically to come up with a plan of escape. The loudspeaker was still counting down as she was stating this, which made it even harder for her to think under the pressure. Percy had begun to sprint towards them with Ares's shield in hand and had almost made it out of the pool when he realized that something was odd about the rim of the pool. He had noticed the mirrors decorated all along the rim earlier and had assumed it was because both Ares and Aphrodite loved to see themselves in their reflections. But he was seriously beginning to doubt his earlier hypothesis when he noticed that the mirrors were beginning to shake. Uh-oh, this can't be good, Percy mentally guessed as he was pulling out his pen in preparation for whatever was going to happen next. His guess was correct when out popped a torrent of mechanical arachnids, each one of them scurrying out in all directions. Spid spiders. Annabeth shrieked uncharacteristically when she saw them, much to Naruto's now ringing ears. She had now proceeded to climb on top of one of the cupid statues in hopes of getting as far away from the 8-legged pests as possible. She was currently shooing at them, but her actions were in vain. Naruto stood in his current position and quickly went through a battle plan of sorts in his head. As quickly as he could humanly possible. Okay, so we're currently being rushed by a swarm of metal spiders. Not to mention that the stupid cupids are firing arrows with silky cables to weave a net and ensnare us. It definitely doesn't help that Annabeth has lost her wit to these 8-eyed freaks. He quickly looked over to Annabeth again and was greeted with her yelling various Greek words, which he assumed were probably curses or something equivalent to it. Eres korakas, she yelled out spitefully. Get away from me, children of Arachne. I don't even want to know what she said. The stoic-looking boy mentally murmured before gazing back at Percy. The said boy was now in the pink and white 2-seat boat and waving for them to get in the boat with him. Alright, first things first. We gotta get out of here before we're publicly humiliated. With this goal settled on, Naruto shunshed to the terrified girl, who was even more frightened by his apparent teleportation abilities. Without saying a word, he embraced her in a tight hug, much to the girl's dismay and fluster, and shunshed to Percy's position beside the boat. Not surprisingly, the same thoughts that were going through Annabeth's thoughts were also going through his too, minus the getting flustered part. Okay, Percy, get us out of here, Naruto commanded while forming his hands into his signature hand seal. How? It doesn't matter how, just use your God-given gifts to get us out of this mess. He interrupted his younger brother. Shadow clone jutsu. From that declaration poofed a dozen or so exact replicas of the blonde-haired boy into existence. Without even needing to be told, the shadow clones each launched into the air in different directions, each one targeting a cupid statue that was still shooting arrows and their video camera flashing yellow, indicating that they were about to broadcast them to Olympus in any second. The clones then formed a Rasengan, and smashed the blue spherical ball of chakra into each of the 12 statues. Whoa, that's incredible, Percy awed mentally before focusing back on the task at hand, which was to escape their current predicament. Scanning the surrounding frantically for anything that might potentially help them, he zeroed in on some old pipes a couple of yards away from them. There we go, I sure hope there's some water left in them. He prayed before recalling an earlier feeling he had when he commanded the water in the toilet to spurt out at Clarice. To his great relief, the same pang in his stomach was felt and he commanded whatever was left in the pipe to exit and pour out of them. Instantly, a torrent of water gushed out of the pipes with such force that a large number of spiders were thrown out of the way. The pool had begun filling up so fast that the boat was rocking in a back and forth motion from one side of the pool to the other until, finally, the water level began to level off and disperse into the opening of the tunnel, which led into the actual ride. Hold on guys, Naruto cried out whilst applying some chakra to his feet so he wouldn't get unbalanced and fall off. Annabeth continued to hold on to Naruto with a vice-like hook. G and Percy grabbed onto the sides of the boat for grip. It took a couple of minutes, but they were finally at the end of the ride. Their peril wasn't over though. At the end of the ride was a baraka, with several boats either completely smashed into pieces or submerged underwater. Both Percy and Annabeth's eyes went wide at this scene. Naruto, however, was calm about the ordeal in front of him. Yeah, we're going to have jump, he concluded confidently. Are you insane? Did the saltwater finally fry your brain? Annabeth yelled while still holding tightly to the young shinobi. I actually agree with Naruto on this. If we don't, we're going to be smashed into tiny pieces, Percy argued as he was preparing himself for the jump. Fine, but we'll jump but on my count, okay. Both boys nodded to this since it was only fair. 3, 2, 1, jump now, she instructed. Together, all three people jumped and vaulted over the gates and, luckily, landed straight into the pool behind the gates. Splash, splash, Percy and Annabeth sunk straight into the pool and were now completely drenched. When they were able to swim back up, they noticed that Naruto was completely dry, as in he was standing on the water dry. Wah what? You can also walk on water? Percy stuttered out in disbelief. Yep, oh, and I can also walk on walls and cool stuff like that, he added on with a wink. He looked at Annabeth and was a little nervous when he saw her giving him a heated glare. Naruto, remember when I asked you earlier if you had any other abilities worth mentioning? Well, why didn't you tell me about this one, Annabeth asked with vexation. In turn, Naruto answered her question with a sheepish chuckle. Who cares, we're safe and in the clear, Percy said while backstroking circles around Annabeth, who was now gracing him with a deadpan look, her long, blonde, flowing hair now twined with each other and in an overall messy heap. Naruto was not sharing his younger brother's sentiment for entirely different reasons altogether. Annabeth, noticing this, gave him a questioning gaze. Hate to break this to you, but I don't think we're quite out of the woods yet, he questioned vaguely. What do you mean by that? Percy asked innocently. Sighing, Naruto looked over his shoulder and confirmed his suspicions. Percy and Annabeth both followed his gaze to where he was looking at and gasped suddenly. Standing with its bow fully drawn was the completely gold-made cupid statue from earlier. Unlike last time, in its hands was what appeared to be a bow made out of silver, which glistened underneath the full moon from overhead. This fella over there destroyed one of my clones unlike the other ones. So I knew right away that this particular statue would be a nuisance later, Naruto clarified with annoyance. Percy and Annabeth gulped at this revelation and began to swim towards the end of the pool. Naruto's eye narrowed when the statue tensed the bowstring even further. It's pretty obvious that the statue wants the bow back and is willing to fight for it, he concluded before drawing out his toy fan and pressed the button located near the bottom of the fan. Like before, the fan exploded into a brilliant display of golden light before it shimmered down into a gold-handled tachi. The cupid released the bowstring and let loose a dazzling array of silver arrows to which Naruto dodged all but one. The last one he deflected with his divine weapon. However, when he deflected the arrow, his tachi created a pulsating hum from the blade, which then reverberated into the handle and was displaced into Naruto's hand, in turn, creating a burning sensation against his hand. Why is my sword reacting like this? He pondered deeply to himself. It was obvious it had to do with the silver arrow. But he decided to just forget about it for the moment. He then lunged at Cupid, who made no effort to move or to block his attack in the very least. Clang. Quote. I was not expecting this to happen, Naruto voiced out loud sheepishly. His sword did absolutely nothing to the statue, and rather if anything pissed it off a bit more, since it did leave a tiny scratch on it. Having to jump back from the statue's overhead swipe with the bow, Naruto decided it might be best to come up with a new plan of attack. No sooner had he begun to think up one did the Cupid once again release volley upon volley of arrows at the poor boy. Growling in frustration, he was once again dodging and weaving the hail of arrows being fired upon him. Naruto, use the bow. It's the only thing that and defeat it, since only the true wielder can defeat it. Annabeth yelled out a couple of yards away. That does make sense, he mentally agreed before taking out the flashlight and pointing it direct at the statue, to which it stared at the boy with sudden concern. At least that's what he thought he saw on the perfectly stoic statue. Get ready to look like a pin cushion, you stupid wannabe angel. He taunted at the statue before clicking the button on the flashlight. To everyone's great shock, the flashlight turned on, meaning it was producing light and projecting it on the Cupid statue. Shit, all three demigods swore mentally with dumbfounded looks gracing their faces. Try twisting the lens seal, Percy suggested, having recovered first and throwing out ideas. Doing as he was told, he twisted the end of the flashlight that was near the lens and, like earlier, the flashlight glowed brightly before transforming into a bronze composite bow. The Cupid statue now took a step back in hesitation and growing fear. Now what? There's no arrow. Just pull back on the bowstring and release, Annabeth instructed to the very confused boy. What? Why? Just do it. Trust me on this. Curling his lips in frustration, he again did what he was told and pulled back on the bowstring. To his amazement, an arrow appearing to be made out of pure light manifested itself on the bowstring. Knowing what Annabeth was saying was true, he stared down the shaft of the arrow and aimed at the helpless Cupid, who was now flapping its wings in hopes of flying out of its certain doom. Forget being a pin cushion. You're going to be a pile of rubble after this. And with that last jest, he let loose of the bowstring. Once released, the arrow beamed towards the Cupid statue and hit it directly in the back. When it made contact, the entire statue was engulfed in blinding light for several moments. Afterwards, various pieces of the Cupid flew down in the form of debris in all different directions. Whoa, that's one powerful bow, Percy whistled out, now standing beside Naruto, who had walked out of the pool during the whole event. He then glanced to his left and gave the daughter of Athena a look of appreciation. How did you know that plan for Naruto would work? He asked honestly. Call it women's intuition. She smirked slyly. Plan? You were able to come up with a plan that quick? Naruto questioned with disbelief. Of course, she replied back boastfully, her smirk never leaving her face. Athena always has a plan. Yeah, except when dealing with spiders. Both boys were not surprised when the now infuriated girl gave them both a solid punch to their shoulders. Stupid algae-brained idiots, she murmured angrily. The boys only laughed at her insult, which only further irritated her. All right, let's go back and meet up with Apollo, Naruto stated, and with that closing sentence, the three demigods began their walk back to the main gate. When they got back to the car, the were greeted with a blinding smile from the god of the sun. He, I knew you kids would be able to do it. A cute, baby-faced angel would never have been able to defeat the dynamic trio. He cheered before lifting his sunglasses. Though, I must say you guys look much worse for wear. Oh bite me, Percy snapped back at the talkative as always deity. Apollo simply smiled at this before motioning for them to get in his car. He then looked up into the sky and his smile dropped. Naruto got to his passenger door when he notices something strange. Hey, Chatterbox, I think your aim isn't as good as you think it is. What do you mean by that? Apollo questioned passionately while walking towards Naruto. The boy then pointed at the right rear wheel, which currently had a silver arrow lodged into it. At this sight, the god's mouth dropped to the ground. By now, Percy and Annabeth had joined up with them to investigate what was going on. When they saw the arrow, both demigods had differing reactions. "Wow, your aim does suck," Percy noted to a now oblivious-looking god. Annabeth, however, knew right away that it was not Apollo's terrible aim that placed the arrow there. Nor was it the cupid from earlier. This silver arrow was too large and pure for it to be a regular old silver-made arrow. It gave an indescribable aura from it. It almost felt like a much superior being had fired and was now being emanated from it if she had to be as blunt as possible. She snuck a quick peek at Apollo, and was not surprised to see a look of anguish on his face. "This arrow belongs to her, doesn't it?" He looked back at her and gave a slight nod, a look of disconcert now on his features. "Belongs to who? Who could have possibly shot that arrow to scare you so much?" Naruto pleaded, wanting solid answers to the generalized statements made by both parties cryptically. "Boy, there are not many things that can scare me. But one of the big phobias for me would have to be my little sis when she's angry. And from what we're seeing right now, an arrow in my chariot, she's very pissed. So yeah, saying that I'm scared is the understatement of the century. I'm freaking terrified right now," Apollo nervously explained while rubbing his forehead in thought. At this explanation, Naruto's and Percy's faces go deathly pale at the realization and danger they were currently in. Percy had read and learned enough Greek mythology to know the horrors and brutalities the goddess of the hunt could perform if angered. But she wasn't just angry. Nope, that just wasn't good enough for them. She was pissed off for some reason at them. Naruto was scared because he knew that his mother and Artemis had a major strife before he was even born. Because of this, she went so far as to get vengeance on her and impregnate her with 2 children, losing her chastity in the process. And quite frankly, he didn't feel like following in his mother's footsteps and getting raped also. No, he was too proud for that. He gulped nervously anyhow from that logical fallacy. "So, what do we do now? Can we still drive out of here?" Annabeth inquired, to which Apollo simply shook his head in defeat. "If they're as good as my sis brags on about they are, then it's too late to run away now," he solemnly states mysteriously in a defeated tone. Who do you mean by they?" Naruto frantically asked. He was getting more and more nervous by the second. "Hey, my lil sis's Girl Scout Brigade." Before Naruto could demand for a more concrete answer, he all of a suddenly feels a sharp-pointed object pressed against his scalp. Swiveling his head slightly, minuscule, he notices a flawless, beautiful-looking girl at the other end of the arrow, which is currently being pressed against his head in an execution position. He then notices that Percy and Annabeth are also in the same precarious position. Apollo, however, is still in his leaning position against the hood of the car with both his arms still crossed and his eyes closed. That still didn't mean he was spared from the murderous glares from the other females, since they did not seem to hold back on that department. "Apollo, what mischief have you been up to now?" a powerful, feminine voice asked, much to Apollo's delight. When Naruto looks for the source of the voice, he is greeted to the sight of another gorgeous if not even more beautiful woman. However, she has a silver circlet braided into the top of her long dark hair, which gives her the impression of a Persian princess. He quietly thinks to himself. "Not much, Zoe. How has hunting Bambi and the Easter Bunny been going?" he teased with a glowing smirk, much to the girl's rapidly growing tick mark on her forehead. "I see you're still as immature as you've always been, Lord Apollo." She grit Ted out with as much restraint as possible. "Oh, don't be like that. Here, wanna hear me play my harp? I've finally learned how to play Bohemian Rhapsody. It's a pretty chill song. You girls could definitely relax a bit. My sis's always serious attitude seems to be rubbing off on you, you sweet, pure angels." He was about to pull out his harp before the lady in front of him stomped her foot into the ground, indicating for him to be serious, which is pretty much impossible for him. "Enough. Your petty attempt at being cordial will not distract us from our mission," she scolded before continuing on. "We're here because you and—" She looked at Annabeth with a look of indifference, then Percy with a look of pure hatred, and then finally Naruto with a look of hate and disgust before continuing her explanation. "Your little group of demigods have interrupted our hunt. Lady Artemis requests an audience with them, only." The god of archery raised his eyebrow at hearing that he would be excluded from talking to his precious little sister during this meeting. But he decided to say nothing and answered back with a slight shrug of the shoulder. Grinning at having been able to prevent the insolent god from making a snarky remark, she turned her full attention to the captives who were now tied with their hands behind their back. Notably, Naruto had allowed them to be captives since he didn't want to start a fight and was curious as to what was going on in general. Grimacing at having to accept their existence, she eyed the boy critically before speaking in an authoritative voice. "I am Zoe Nightshade, lieutenant of Lady Artemis." She then twisted slightly and pointed to all the females who looked eerily similar to one another. "We're the hunters of Artemis, human, demigods, and nymphs, who have sworn loyalty to the virgin goddess, Artemis," she announced, much to Naruto's growing exasperation for the man-hater. "Yeah, and my name is Naruto Uzumaki. What do you know? We all have names," Naruto blurted out with an antagonizing tone. Zoe was not amused at the boy's outburst whatsoever. The glares that were previously aimed at Apollo were now all transfixed on the lone whiskered-faced boy. "Apollo, if I didn't know any better, he's a spitting image of you," she pointed out to him. "He is my cousin after all," he answered back cheerfully. "So we've been told." She then turned her back towards the three teenagers and swiftly gave a hand signal to her fellow hunters. Instantly, they began to drag the teens to God knows where. Apollo, sighing loudly, calmly followed them and matched their brisk pace. "Where the hell are you taking us, you crazy Amazons?" Naruto demanded while patiently coming up with a plan for escape that didn't deal with violence. "Silence, you disgusting being that we consider to be filthier than the dirt we walk on, you impudent little man," she cursed out with no restraint. "You, boy, son of the goddess who dare spite Lady Artemis's chastity, are the one man right now she considers even lower than men's current standings and will have an audience with whether or not you want to. Sheesh, for calling me a big mouth, you sure love to hear the sound of your archaic voice, Zoe sweetie," Apollo pointed out while making the called-out female even angrier than before. And unsurprisingly, both people proceeded to bicker about various things, both old and new. "Don't worry guys, I'm sure Artemis isn't as vengeful as she was before. Like they say, time heals all wounds." Annabeth tried to reassure Naruto optimistically. But somehow, he didn't find solace in those words. If anything, he felt dread to meeting his mother's worst enemy. "Mom, Aura, please give me the guidance to not screw this up for the both of us," he silently prayed. If he were lucky, he would be able to leave the meeting with the goddess of the hunt with his head. Whether or not there would be an apple in his mouth, he knew that may have been a stretch to pray for. Either way, this meeting will be tumultuous in the very least. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.